Good evening. I would like to welcome officers from NBN Co Limited and particularly welcome Ms Ellie Sweeney, the new Chief Executive Officer. This is your first appearance as Chief Executive Officer, so welcome.
Thank you.
I note you don't have name tags.
Yes.
We might want to rectify that for the assistance of everybody in Hansard and broadcasting. So I believe somebody's trying to make you some.
Okay.
So what we might do is, if you would like to provide your opening statement, then I will get you just to put on the record who each of you are and where you're sitting for the assistance of broadcasting in Hansard. So, Ms Sweeney, please
Wonderful.
Go ahead.
Chair, thank you, Chair. It is great to be in Canberra for what is my first appearance before the committee, so thank you. Tonight I'm joined by our Chief Financial Officer, Philip Knox, our Chief Customer Officer, Anna Perrin, our Chief Network Officer, Dion Libanovic, and Chief Development Officer for Regional and Remote, Gavin Williams. Before I start, I'd like to thank Philip Knox for his leadership as the interim CEO for NBN. I'd also like to acknowledge our former board chair, Kate McKenzie, and Director Alicia Parker for their contributions. Kevin Russell is the acting interim chair. I'd like to open with our financial positions, if I may, for the first half of FY25, the 6 months to December 31st, 2024. I'm pleased to report that NBN is on track to meet all of our key financial targets for the fiscal year as outlined in our 2025 Statement of Corporate Intent. During the half, we achieved total revenue of $2.9 billion, and that was up 4%. Our earnings before interest, tax, depreciation and amortisation was $2.1 billion, and that was up 7%. And we saw solid growth in business revenue, which rose to $599 million, and that's 5% up on H1 of 2024. Our operating expenses decreased by 2%, and that was compared to the prior corresponding period, and that was down to $821 million. The reduction is reflective of our efficiency and our cost optimisation initiatives, which helped mitigate continuing inflationary pressures. We continue to push fibre deeper into communities and to improve our fixed wireless and our hybrid fibre coaxial networks. Capital expenditure in the half of $1.9 billion was up 2% on H1 of FY24 as we invested in network, digital infrastructure and in capacity. Our national broadband network now connects 8.62 million residential and business premises, and after adding more than 36,000 connections in the 12 months to the 31st of December 2024. And this equates to over 20 million Australians accessing the network every day, and NBN carrying more than 80% of Australia's data traffic. Our results reflect discipline in our capital management plan and our ongoing focus on our customers, on simplification and innovation to become a sustainable business. Since completing the initial build in 2020, we are upgrading virtually every part of our network. It is core to our strategy to provide improved network reliability, greater capacity and faster speeds to more premises around Australia, while ensuring that all Australians can reap the economic and social benefits of fast broadband today and into the future. To that end, 82% of homes and businesses, or 9.4 million premises across the country, are now close to a gigabit capable. We're on track to complete upgrades to the local fibre network that will enable 3.5 million homes and businesses served by fibre to the node, along with 1.5 million served by fibre to the curb, to upgrade to fibre to the premises by the end of December 2025. This will take the percentage of homes and businesses that are near gigabit capable to over 90%. In the 2.5 years since we launched our Fibre Connect program, a total of 628,000 premises have upgraded to full fibre connections, gaining access to the most reliable, resilient and future-ready technology, coupled with the fastest available NBN residential and business speed tiers. In fact, well over 50% of all new service orders in December were for wholesale plans that were 100 megabit download speeds and above. On our network, built to carry large volumes of data, We are seeing ongoing growth in traffic as consumers continue to adopt higher speed plans and use the network in new ways like healthcare and business, education and entertainment. In fact, just last Friday, through the busiest hours of 7 p.m. and 11 p.m, NBN recorded the highest peak traffic in its 15-year history, nearing 33 terabits per second. The business case for ultra-fast, deep-capacity NBN network has never been stronger. Economic research from Accenture, commissioned by NBN, estimates that a faster, high-capacity NBN network will improve gross domestic product by around $400 billion to the end of the decade. This GDP increase is forecast to be felt across all of the nation, with increases in average broadband speeds having 16 times the impact in remote areas and twice the impact in regional areas than in the capital cities. At a network level, we continue to prioritise reliability, capacity, security and speed. And that's why the recent announcement of a joint investment of up to $3 billion in equity from the Australian government, coupled with more than $800 million from NBN, to provide an upgrade path for the remaining fibre to the node network across Australia, is critical for lifting our digital capabilities. Significant upgrades have also been completed to our HFC network, which currently services around 2.5 million premises. HFC customers can now access our highest residential and business speed tiers alongside customers on FTTP, and they'll be the first to stand to benefit from the boost to our highest speed products planned for this September 14 of this year. Our fixed wireless and satellite upgrade program has been completed on time and on budget, and it's now delivering fast broadband to Australians in regional remote areas where fibre is not available. There's been a lot of recent interest in low Earth orbit satellites for NBN. As a statutory infrastructure provider, it's essential we have a range of technologies to service the connectivity needs of all Australians, no matter where they live. Currently, our aim is to have a LEOSat offering in place before our SkyMaster geostationary satellites reach end of service in the early 2030s. We are advanced in our procurement process for selecting a LEO service provider, and I look forward to having more to say about this very soon. Upgrading our network is about providing capacity to meet large data demands as this continues to grow. And for context, the average data downloaded per NBN service per month was 490 gigabits in December 2024, which is more than 7 times what it was the decade before. As technology innovation advances, multi-gigabit broadband speeds will become increasingly essential to support the explosion of data-hungry applications like virtual and augmented reality, AI, and large language models that are fast becoming mainstream. For business, faster broadband will drive productivity gains and innovation and a chance to access new markets online and talent from anywhere. Australia needs to be future ready, and NBN's strategy is to make sure that it is. It's also why we continue to support the Australian Government's School Students Broadband Initiative, the First Nations Community Wi-Fi, and engage with the Low Income and Digital Inclusion Forum. We do operate in a competitive environment, and the growth in our customer base comes in context of this intense competition, including from mobile broadband, fixed wireless, and of course from the LEOSat providers. That level of full and open competition is what makes Australia's telecommunications sector so dynamic. It's also why NBN is focused on delivering reliable, fast and robust wholesale broadband services to meet the current and future needs of our customers, and why we worked collaboratively with our retailers and our regulators on initiatives like new and improved speed tiers and service standards as part of our replacement module application under the Special Access Undertaking. Let me close by saying what a privilege it is to be leading NBN at a time when Australians are increasingly dependent on broadband connectivity in almost every aspect of their lives. NBN is not just building and maintaining infrastructure for today, it is making a fundamental contribution to the social and the economic fabric of our nation. Thank you, Chair. We are now happy to take the committee's questions. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. This morning we had quite a lot of conversations about the low Earth orbital satellites by nature of the announcement made by the Minister this morning. To open up that D2D access in areas where there isn't coverage. How do those sort of LEO stats compare to the fibre in terms of customer experience and capacity?
It's a great question, Chair. I'm going to throw to my colleague here, our Chief Network Engineer. Dion's in a fantastic position to give you, I think, some colour around the difference we're seeing about low Earth orbit satellite versus the full fibre network. And I think it's important for me to say, up front, we definitely understand that there is a place for LEO, particularly in a country like Australia, which has such a wide country and obviously a lot of low density and rural and isolated environments. So I think, again, I'm going to throw to Dion and he can give you, I think, a very informative answer.
Thanks for the question, Senator. So, low Earth
If you could
orbit.
just start with your full name and title.
Apologies for the record. Dion Lubanovic, Chief Network Officer at NBN. Low Earth orbit satellites do have a part to play in servicing low density parts of Australia. However, when it comes to serving medium density or high density populated areas, the ultimate choice on how we make sure that we service future needs is fibre. LEOs are not designed to be built or designed to actually operate in medium and high density populated areas. It is a great advance in satellite technology, but there are a number of challenges when you think about how LEOs can actually work for that medium and high density areas. A couple of those challenges include the fact that LEOs need to share broadband capacity across geographical areas that it serves. Each satellite itself covers around 300 square kilometres. So when you think about, and you put that in perspective of what that looks like in a metro area, we're talking around 30 metropolitan suburbs together, and that whole share capacity, that whole coverage needs to be shared across all of those areas. So depending what your neighbour down the street, further down in the local community, more broader in the suburbs over, if you used it in that location, your service speed and your service performance could potentially degrade depending on what those neighbours and the local community are actually doing. Any wireless service, whether it's a mobile service or a LEOsat, uses what we call wireless spectrum, and wireless spectrum has limitations. There's only so much of that spectrum available, and how users may use that has to be shared overall. So whether it's mobile network or LEOsats, they have that in common. If you compare that with a fibre network, which we call, and what I like to talk about is like having a dedicated digital superhighway into your home or business. No matter what your neighbour is doing, no matter what is occurring in the suburb over, more broadly, you have that dedicated connection pathway that operates consistently through all hours of the day. Senator, this is also not theory in terms of how this comes about. More broadly, we've seen this in the lived experience of what customers are seeing. The ACCC's independent measuring broadband report, which was released just a couple of months ago, highlights that consumers are seeing on a LEOsat service speeds that degrade by up to 31% through those busy hours. The busy hour is anywhere from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. And that's because most of the users in that coverage area are using that service at that point with that shared spectrum and sharing that actual coverage and capacity. If you compare that to the measured broadband performance on NBN's higher speed tiers, which are 5 times faster and soon later this year will be up to 10 times faster than what you can get on a LEO satellite, there was a degradation of less than 2% in the same busy hours on our fibre and HFC networks. So fibre does provide that very reliable, consistent, resilient and high performance through any part of the day in medium and high density populated areas. The one other aspect I'd probably highlight as well is the upgradability of fibre is a technology that outpaces any other technology, period. Last year we proved this from a world's first trial with Nokia, who we partnered with, where we installed advanced fibre optical lasers into our fibre network, our live residential fibre network, and we showcased that we're able to achieve 83 gigabits per second in the future off the fibre that we're installing today. And the only thing that we need to do in the future and future decades is to change those electronic boxes at either end, the exchange down the street and inside customers' homes. And the point of this is that upgradability and the cost to upgrade in future decades is much cheaper compared to obviously life cycle of global satellites and what that could look like too. So we do see LEOs as an important advance in low density populated areas. But when we think about medium density and high density areas, fibre is the choice for the future.
Excellent. But for those low density areas with limited access, obviously the LEOs are going to make a difference.
It is a great advance for exactly that reason, because our geosatellites do cover all parts of Australia, and what the LEOs are really doing is reducing that coverage area for those low density to provide more capacity into the future. So we do see that as a great advance and something that we will be looking to leverage in the future as we've communicated in the past.
So as your satellite network reaches a point in its design life where it needs something else?
So, Chair, that's exactly right. So, again, the satellites, and I think we've spoken about this probably previously, but the satellites were commissioned in 2015 and 2016. At the time, they were obviously very state-of-the-art. And, again, they come up for end of life at the end of 2032, or to actually be, to have to be restarted from a generation perspective. I might throw just to Gavin to give any other update. But again, we see the logical next step for us is to move customers on GeoSat to LEO.
Yeah, thanks, Sweeney. So, I mean, I've testified before in this committee about the fact we have been in a careful process to explore opportunities and options around our satellite service, taking into consideration that the current satellites estimated to run out of fuel, the first one about October 2032 and the next one early in 2033. So the exam question was really to explore what options were available, in particular in relation to low Earth orbit satellites, so effectively testing whether there is a buy versus build kind of opportunity for that satellite. And as Ms Sweeney said in her opening statements, that process is well progressed. And we in fact aim to have a LEO-based service available before the expiry of the current generation. And that, of course, takes account of some quite significant considerations. We are the statutory infrastructure provider. There's considerations around definition of what a service looks like, security considerations, technical, commercial and operational considerations that have been part of that process. And of course that's in a backdrop of some significant improvements we've been able to make in our SkyMuster service as a consequence of a material upgrade to fixed wireless service. So perhaps building on Mr Lubanovic's testimony around fibre, I didn't want the opportunity to go to talk about our fixed wireless upgrade and our satellite upgrade that are doing more than ever for regional Australia. We've recently announced the completion of our fixed wireless upgrade that includes pushing the boundaries from around 220,000 square kilometres to 345,000 square kilometres. So it's, to put that in perspective, that's like adding the surface area of the island of Ireland to our network. It's quite a substantial kind of area. That's enabled us to reimagine the capacity management on our existing satellites. So ahead of any strategic considerations that we're talking about in low Earth orbit, we've been able to lift the speeds and offer uncapped data to our SkyMuster satellite customers and lift the speeds and capabilities of our fixed wireless service with now superfast plan available to a good proportion of our coverage area, with speeds up to 400 megabits per second and beyond. So these are speeds that are not currently available on low Earth orbit satellites. So we have a terrestrial capability in the NBN network in our fixed wireless service now that frankly it's a world-class kind of capability, and I think it's important that consumers are aware that these kind of capabilities exist. You don't have to go out and spend $550 on a terminal. You don't have to pay for a professional install. NBN can take care of that, and there's some very cost-effective plans available, whether that's on the SkyMuster service or fixed wireless.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. We might go to Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have many questions for you tonight, but I do have some questions about the the budget for advertising for NBN. I noticed over the summer NBN was advertising at the cricket.
Yeah. Senator, that's correct, yep.
What's the purpose of the advertising?
I'm going to throw to my colleague, Ms Perrin. Anna heads up our product sales and also our marketing team, so let me get her to give you an update.
It's Anna Perrin, I'm the Chief Customer Officer. As a wholesaler, it's often not obvious why NBN needs to advertise and why we need to market to consumers and businesses. What we found is that we do work in a dynamic and ever-changing market, and we've made significant upgrades to our networks over the last few years. And we know that one of the number one issues that we face is that consumers and businesses just don't know what's available to them. They either don't know that the NBN is there, or they don't know what speeds are available to them. So the cricket was honestly a really good way to get the message out to the millions of cricket-loving Australians that watch that game. We know that 13.8 million Australians watch the cricket, and it definitely is the case that we know that people that saw that are 2 times more likely to go and check what plan they're on, what speed they're on. It's about education.
Obviously, individual households, internet users, the account holders of their internet plans, they don't have a bill, or they're not buying the product from NBN. They're buying it through a retailer.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
NBN is a government company, a public company.
Yes.
I find it. I just wonder whether the money could be spent on delivering better services to the customers than on promoting the NBN brand at the cricket.
Senator, if I may, one of the challenges is we work with 120 retailers that offer NBN services, but not all of those retailers offer all of our products or offer all of our services. So, we know even from a recent RTEC report that said that ubiquitous broadband is now available everywhere, but the number one issue facing consumers is they just don't know that the national broadband network is available. So it's not always the case that if you go to your retailer and ask your retailer for an NBN service, that they will be able to provide that to you. It is a confusing environment for sure, but that's why we take our role in education quite seriously. And in fact, retailers are actually asking us to do more of that, particularly as technology gets more and more confusing.
The retailers want the public to pay for their advertising.
Retailers are asking us to help educate consumers and businesses about what they need to do. I'll give you a really simple example. There was recently a customer who'd had ongoing issues. NBN had spoken to this customer, so had the retailer. There'd been a ton of discussion with this customer. And then we sent a technician out to her home. And actually, because none of our tests showed that there was any issue in her home, when we went out there, it was simply because she'd bought a fish tank and had put it in front of her modem. And by moving the modem, she got the service that she was paying for and that she needed. And it's that kind of education. When you go to our website, there's a ton of information about what speed plans are available, how you need to set your home up, and also which retailers sell which plans.
So how much is NBN Co's advertising PR budget?
Senator, I'd have. We have. I mean, the majority of our money actually goes into making sure that we're marketing to people to tell them that an upgrade is available in their home. We also have specific programs. If you move into a new home, we'll send you some material to tell you that NBN's available. We also do things like the Bush Summit. We work in regional Australia to again raise awareness.
Chair, sorry.
I understand. I might need to take the question on notice specifically around the advertising budget, Senator Hanson.
Yeah, I'd like the budget. And it'd be good to have a breakdown of the major spend of the budget. I mean,
Yes.
I picked the cricket because I saw it.
Yes.
Right? But assumably you don't just advertise at the cricket, you advertise in other
Cricket
places.
is the only that's the only external advertising we've done, Senator. So we'll be happy to provide that
So
to
that
you.
must have been, that's a big contract for you then, in terms of...
Well, we know that 13.8 million Australians watch the cricket and watch the men's and women's test that's over the summer, so it was a good way to get the message out there.
Yeah. The advertising at the cricket wasn't telling people that they could upgrade, though, or how to move their fish tank from in front of their modem. It was just advertising the NBN logo and brand, wasn't it?
What we're finding, though, is we're getting a lot more traction in terms of people remembering to check their speed plan, come and get more information from us or from our retailers. And our retailers are following up that particular campaign with various direct approaches themselves.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Senator, it's probably fair to say, I mean, it's an interesting dynamic that we work in. So you have the NBN network, obviously, we have the retailer network, and increasingly we have, obviously, people's in-home networks. So I think, it's really incumbent on us, particularly as we launch speed tiers, to make sure that as we provide that upgraded speed tier capability, it's going to be a good experience. So again, I think it was the first time we've advertised externally. Obviously, we'll PIR in terms of the benefit of that as well, and we will come back with the data around the budgets as well. A lot of work is done from a social media perspective as well, Insta, so quite, guerrilla campaigns as well from a digital perspective from our customer bases, and also in-home experiences as more and more people buy smart TVs, really making sure that they're set up for the best experience to really leverage the investments that we've made.
Did you have any conversations with the Minister about this advertising budget before, or the advertising plan before you did it?
It actually, I think, predates me, so I'm going to have to take that one on notice.
Okay. Nobody else has the answer to that as to whether you discussed it with the Minister or the Minister's office?
Not that I recall, but I'm happy to take that and just double check.
I'm just asking, given it's government, a government product, public spending, and we're in the middle of an election year. So there's an obvious question as to the role of government in this. So those questions would be helpful to get back quickly. And you're saying that, Ms Sweeney, you're saying that you'll do an analysis of this, and so we can expect to have that perhaps at the next estimates?
I think it's fair to say that it's the first time NBN's done it, and of course we'd be doing some analysis on the benefit and the return around that advertising spend. Yeah.
So obviously I've asked for the budget. It'd be good to have a dollar figure, but I'd also like it as a percentage of kind of administration management costs. And I'm wondering what fits under that. Obviously, you're saying the cricket was the first time you did it, but there must be other PR spends, as you're saying. There's social media, there's other things.
The majority of the money that we spend actually goes into things like sending you an email or, we send the premise, we might send the premise like a notification just to say fibre is now available at your home. That's the majority of our spend, but we can get you the breakdown.
Yeah. And have you discussed with the retailers what they should be chipping in for this type of education, seeing as they're the ones making the money off it?
We have...
People sign up for the internet, they pay their bill to the retailer, they're the ones who are banking the profit.
We have great relationships with the retailers that we work with, and many of them do a lot of work themselves. They spend a lot of money on marketing themselves. We also have what we call a marketing development fund, where we will contribute $1 and they will contribute $1, and we will do that together.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Chair, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Cadell.
I'd like to stay on the same point. I find it amazing, the answers here. You're saying that cricket is the only external thing you got and you don't know how much it costs?
Sorry, we were talking about the overall spend.
But you said cricket was the only... How much did the cricket sponsorship cost?
The cricket, we have an
You've got
arrangement.
Chief Financial Officer there, if you can...
We have an arrangement with Cricket Australia where they have asked us to notify them if we're going to specifically disclose that number.
You're at Senate estimates.
I understand.
I didn't
Senator.
realise. Thank you, Senator Cadell, because I thought it was that they didn't have the figure.
Yeah.
But actually, you're saying
For the whole spend, yeah.
Okay, for the whole spend, sure, take that
Yeah.
on notice. But if you've got the figure for what you spent on the advertising for the cricket, I would like that tonight. And this is Senate estimates, and I'm sorry, but Cricket Australia doesn't dictate what gets handed up here.
If we could take it on notice, and I will get that back to you as quickly as possible. It's part of the arrangement because Cricket Australia obviously
But
has
you're a public entity.
lots of...
You're a public entity.
Senator Hanson-Young, they do have the right to take it on notice.
I'm sorry,
I
Chair.
don't know.
They don't have the right to take on notice if they have the answer. They have the right to ask a public interest immunity. They do not have the right to take it on notice.
They do have the right to take it on notice to consider the sensitivities, not to refuse to provide it.
Commercial incompetence is not a sensitivity on this is allowed.
Not for a PII, but they are indeed entitled to go away and consider it.
So NBN Co is covering up how much it paid because they don't want to put it here tonight. Is that what I'm taking up?
Senator Cadell, I think that it is a long-standing practice in these forums to allow officials to take a question on notice so that they may consider sensitivities. It's not reasonable to draw the inference that you have just drawn from that decision, which is clearly available to the officials under the standing orders.
The Chair has said that commercial sensitivity is not a public interest immunity claim. That is the only claim
Not
that
in
was
and of
raised by Ms Perrin by itself. She has the information. So, in writing,
Senator-
can we have...
So, Senator Cadell, just to be really clear, my point was that in and of itself is not a PII.
I agree.
However, they are well within their rights to take it on notice to provide the answer from a sensitivity perspective and any other considerations they may need to consider for whatever contracting they have in place. They're not refusing to answer it, they're just going to take it on notice and come back to us. Now, if they come back without the answer, then of course that becomes a whole different ballgame. But I don't believe that's what you're saying to us, Ms Perrin, at this point in time.
We just want to notify Cricket Australia under the terms of the contract we have with them. It's about Cricket Australia, not about NBN providing the answer.
Well, I mean, this is part of my problem with the way this is all being run, because NBN is a public entity. You are a taxpayer funded, you're for the purposes of the public. I don't really care whether Cricket Australia is watching or not. If they're not watching, well, you could send them a text and tell them you're going to have to cough up the information. But it's not up to them to dictate what information the public has a right to know.
As the chair, I'm going to say that they have the right to take it on notice to come back with as much information as they can provide to us, and if there is any reason they're not prepared to provide it to us, they can put that in writing and we can deal with that then. But just be really clear that a commercially sensitive scenario in and of itself is unlikely to get you a free pass on not providing information.
We'll take it on notice.
Chair, we're totally fine. We will take that on notice. I think the 2 points have been very clearly made regarding the marketing spend and also Cricket Australia.
Further to that point, was hospitality part of the...
Absolutely not.
There was no
Senator.
hospitality
No.
at all? Okay. There's also ads on 2GB, am I wrong? Just for the NBN brand?
I'm sorry, Senator. I'm not sure whether we. I don't. That's not something I recall. It could have been part of our Bush Summit work that we did earlier this year.
Earlier this year, okay. So in the ACCC Special Access Undertaking Annual Expenditure Report that was published on 19 December, it lists a number for $65 million being on marketing and product cost for the previous year. Would that sound about right to you?
I'd need to go and check. I'm happy to take that.
Do you have that, Mr Knox?
I'd need to check that.
So you don't have the financial figures for 24 in front of you, Chief Financial Officer?
I don't know that specific number. I'd have to look that up.
Can you look up what it was?
So this,
How do we come to budget estimates without the answers to basic questions such as expenditure. It could be probably the number one thing we're going to be asking here about today, and we don't have basic answers for this. We've got a cash burn. What was the cash burn, I think you said? $781 million?
Now, what period are you talking about, Senators?
So what was the cash burn for the last financial year?
I think, Senator, if we go to the last half or the last financial
Last half.
year.
What's the cash burn for last half?
If we go through a couple of things. If we look at the the cash position for the organisation, and I'm on page 18 of the document, Philip can jump in here, but the operating cash flow was 1.977 billion, and that was up 7%. I will get to the number. There was then the capital expenditure. There was some injection from the federal government of 528. There were lease payments of 610. There was interest on borrowings at 520. And so the free cash flow position was a negative, to your point, of 507 million. And that was a delta from the previous half of 514. So again, that was a slight improvement of 1%. So the operating cash flow of the business was up 7% of 133, and it was negative 507.
So we burnt $500 million of taxpayers' money in 6 months, that's after including another $500 million from the government. So probably more $1 billion. Without that injection, we've spent $1 billion of taxpayers' money, and we're not keeping flow of expenditure like marketing. And to Senator Hanson's point, it was just brand marketing. It was no call to action on check your plan. There was no Sky Muster that's getting killed by Starlink linked to it. It was pure brand. And we talk about 121 customers. How wouldn't 80% of your business be basically 3 or 4 customers?
Yeah.
Well, maybe a couple of things to address your points there. In terms of the actual capital expenditure for our business, and again, Philip, I don't know if you want to jump in here, but in terms of the capital expenditure is clearly articulated. And so again, the burn in your parlance has been around the fibre upgrade program, which again was $845 million. The fixed wireless upgrade, which again was 376. Again, network upgrades and capacity, because I think, Senator, as you're well aware, we not only do we operate, maintain, but we do obviously upgrade the networks and spend money, particularly on keeping this critical infrastructure asset in the right state that it should be. Connect and assure, so upgrading customers from a connection and also assurance. And then 169 million was spent on IT and also on security.
I get that, but we're coming here, and the testimony of Mr Knox was I'd have to look that up. So we don't have these financial figures there. Was the minister have to sign off on the cricket sponsorship, or was that done at CEO level?
It was done at CEO level.
Okay. I'll move on from there. I've got real concerns about what that was and how it was. It looks to me like it wasn't all it was meant to be. Well, you mentioned you're talking about LEO satellites. You're talking about providers. Given that you do not want to be the owner-operator, we're talking about sovereign risk of that. You're talking about launching and owning, or you're talking third-party contracting to be the sole operator of other satellites?
Senator, I'll throw to Gavin in a second, but again, LEOs, as you're probably aware, they are global satellites.
Yep.
So it would be very unusual for a sovereign country to be able to launch a LEO satellite.
Right.
In terms of the RFP, again, we were working and have been working with the global LEO providers. So I
was just on the map there, and I think there's about 160 over Australia at the moment. They're watching their tracks as they go around. So my concern is if Australia isn't going to own their own stats because of those things, we have this morning an announcement where we're going to have the universal service guarantee. There is only one operator at the moment and can have a fully operating network by 2027, isn't there, of LEO sats?
Gavin, I think we may have a different view on that.
Okay.
And I don't think that was the evidence that was provided to you this morning.
They couldn't
Mr.
offer one.
Goodall.
I asked one minister, I said, give me one other contractor than Starlink that will have a fully serviced net by 27, and that wasn't being able to give them to me. So if I can get that now, who do we think will have full coverage of Australia in LEO sats other than Starlink by 2027?
I'm not sure that I can answer that correctly. We're looking, as you know, to be able to have a LEO satellite ready to go to replace our geo satellites.
I
Our
understand, yeah.
timeframes are probably slightly different.
Yeah, and that's right, 2032.
So we've got about 7
2032.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I understand that transition. That's fine.
Yep.
My concern is we're talking about the Amazons, we're talking about other providers, but none of them seem to be able to have the coverage of Starlink currently has by 2027. They may have by 2032. I have no qualms about that on that launch. So
We're going to rotate if you want to
Okay.
wrap up.
I have many
You
more to
can-
go. I'll pass now and come back.
Okay. Senator Dunman.
I just want to talk a bit about small business. So I don't think you covered this in your opening statement, but obviously rural and regional Australia, small businesses in particular, really need reliable broadband access in particular. Can you talk about how rural and regional Australia will benefit from the completion of the fibre upgrade program with a specific kind of focus on small business, please?
Okay, fantastic. I think the thing we did mention, obviously, was the 5% growth on business in our results to $599 million. I might ask my colleagues to represent this in two ways. One, maybe just for us to give an update in terms of particularly the remaining 622,000 fibre to the node upgrades that we're doing. I might get Dion just to talk to that in a little bit more detail, and the percentage that we will see in regional and remote Australia, and particularly around some of the benefits that we expect to be able to see by going to a full fibre or a fibre upgrade path for those customers. And then Anna, you might like to add in around some of the plans and the work that we're doing also with business.
Senator, maybe if I just start with the first 3.5 million rollout that we've been doing since 2021. We are well ahead of where we expected to be. 2.8 million of that 3.5 is now ready for order to retailers and customers across Australia, and we're on track to complete that by the end of this calendar year, both in time and within budget. And that does mean, as Ms Sweeney mentioned this earlier, that 9.4 million premises have capacity and capability to order up to gigabit services, which is 82% of the fixed line network. By December, we'll see 90% of the fixed line network able to be gigabit capable. We're also seeing continued strong take-up through this rollout. We're seeing weekly run rates consistent with what we released at the half-year results of around 8,500 orders, which cover both homes and small businesses and businesses in general across Australia every single week, which is also ahead of where we expect it to be. And what we're seeing as customers move over from copper to the fibre network is a reduction in customer faults, in truck rolls, for faults, and resolving copper issues that are within the network. And I think that's a great outcome in terms of where we projected the network to be. We're also seeing, because we have focused on homes and businesses that have underperforming lines, copper lines at the moment, that we're seeing very strong take-up, which I might get Ms Perrin to mention what they're seeing in that front. In regards to the recent announcement, the 622,000 final premises in the FTTN network, more than 50%, around 54% are in regional Australia, with around 46% in metropolitan suburbs still. We're progressing that at pace. We're operationalising that program as we speak, and we've been doing that since the announcement. We've conducted a number of town hall sessions in multiple states with contractors so that they're aware of what's coming. And we've also been meeting key stakeholders across Australia, particularly in the ACT, state government agencies, to support some of the rollout that we have here in the ACT. We've already initiated design activities for that rollout to begin getting fibre and construction activities underway by June of this year, and expect the first cohort of that 622 to be released to retailers to market by the end of this calendar year. We will be progressively doing that construction over the next couple of years from 2026 onwards and releasing that as we go. So that will complement the entire FTTN network, provide every home and business in that area opportunity to move to a fibre service. It may be worthwhile just to touch on the underperforming lines.
Yeah, I mean, just to make a comment on small business, we know that 97% of all Australian businesses are small businesses of 20 people and less, and we also know that their needs are specific and they're changing. We've got two real strategies. One is around making business fibre plans more available. So as we've rolled out fibre more across the country, we've been able to offer that to more businesses. And the other piece is making those plans more affordable. We know that there's been small business connectivity has been fueled by growth in cloud services, AI applications, people working remotely more, people working from anywhere they want in the country more. There's a 35% drift from the city to the regions, and we know that that's going to continue. And in terms of more affordable, our business fibre plans have already reduced 35% from July 23 to July 24, and we're actually planning another 21% reduction in price towards the end of this year, because we know how important it is for businesses to be able to access those sorts of services. That's really our strategy.
Thanks. So that's a 56% reduction in small business plans by the end of this year.
That's right. And we've seen over the course of this year a doubling of small businesses that have taken up those plans. Mm-hmm. Still relatively early days, so it's 22,000 small businesses that have taken up those plans at this stage, but it's a doubling since this time last year.
And do you expect that to increase with the additional decrease? And do you have a plan about where you want to get to with that?
Yes, Senator. And as more retailers are in market selling those plans as well to businesses, yes.
Thank you.
Senator, it's also obviously as more of our footprint goes from copper to fibre, it then provides a greater opportunity for small business to not only attract those plans but also to move up speed tiers. So particularly interesting if you do have more people on your network, so the number of connected devices and the downloads, for example, it becomes really important to be on a full fibre network for those customers as well.
Mm-hmm. And apologies, just to correct the percentage, it's not 56, it's 49% as it compounds. It's not the two don't add together.
Yeah, okay. Still 49%?
Yeah, still 49% though.
Halving. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Hanson-Young.
I'm waiting for my answers, so that's fine.
Okie dokie. Senator Davey.
Thank you very much, and welcome, Ms. Sweeney.
Thank you.
And thank you for your very comprehensive opening statement. I was starting to think you'd forgotten about the Sky Muster customers, but you got there.
I did. Thank you for bearing with me.
Mr. Williams knows my passion for Sky Muster. Notwithstanding, I note the end-of-life expectancy of your current GeoSat network, but I see in your most recent network premises report released on the 20th of this month, total Sky Muster connections continue to decline, and in fact they're now down to around 81,142 from a previous 2022 report of 108,445. Is that correct?
Well, definitely the 81,142 is correct, Senator.
What do you credit that decline to? Because I know what I hear anecdotally, but have you got any statistics or data? Do you sort of do exit interviews to find out why people are disconnecting?
Well, a couple of things before I throw to Mr. Williams, just on that. It's fair to say, obviously, we only see the premise, so the end user is actually sitting with the ISP. So, again, I might throw to Mr Williams just to give some flavour around that decline, but clearly it has been declining over the last couple of years, and you're correct, the number is 81,142 at the moment.
Yeah, I think there's a narrative around bush broadband that there's never been a better time for bush broadband, and it's never been a better time, I'd argue, because there's choice. With choice, there's implications for existing providers, and NBN and the Sky Muster service is an example of that. Now, what choice has been developing in regional Australia in the Sky Muster footprint? There's several. One, in fact, is the expansion of the fixed wireless service that I spoke to just before. So part of that expansion is in that area roughly the size of Ireland, that includes a premises, or accommodates a premises count of around 122,000. That's not active premises, Senator. That's premises within that footprint. You can see that on the premises report in the ready to connect columns as well. So a shift from the satellite to fixed wireless. Of those, there's about 19,000 active satellite customers who are now eligible to purchase a fixed wireless a fixed wireless service. And I've got to say, I'm a beneficiary of that on my failed farm down in southwest Victoria, where I was previously running my modest part of the NBN business using the Sky Muster service, Sky Muster Plus Premium, never skipped a beat. And I was able now to migrate to a fixed wireless service, which equally doesn't skip a beat, and pretty amazing that I get 400 odd megabits per second through a line of trees.
Lucky you.
To the dormant.
And the other choices out there would be current Sky Muster GeoSat, and then other people are moving on to. So there's an expansion of the mobile networks as well, and the expansion of plans in those mobile networks. So if you think about... You haven't spoken to anyone since they turned off 3G, have you? Because I can promise you there are people on mobile networks who are now regretting moving to mobile networks.
I've spoken to many, Senator, and I wish they knew about Sky Muster. And of course we've talked at some length here already this evening about low Earth orbit satellites. So yeah, there's a lot going on, and for our part, what do we do about it then? As I mentioned, we've expanded our fixed wireless service, we've expanded the capabilities of the Sky Muster service, lifting its speed to a level actually that we didn't anticipate was possible. So offering speeds of 100 megabits per second and uncapped data. So the utilisation...
On the Sky Muster?
Sky Muster Plus Premium, Senator, do yourself a favour.
I know, that's why I'm surprised, because I'm not feeling it.
Well, if I can... very cost uncapped data, so no more data.
The uncapped data, I know.
Yeah, 100 megabits per second.
But the 100 megabits a second,
So now the Sky Muster Plus Premium customers are using, on average, around 200 gigabytes a month. Like a decade ago, the interim satellite service was scoped at 20 gigabytes a month maximum.
Yeah, and a decade ago we didn't have streaming services.
So what are we doing? I'd love to see these numbers not decline, but what the imperative for NBN is to make sure we utilise those assets to their full capability. And frankly, Senator, I argue we are. And in fact, the utilisation of those assets is north of 80% of the network capability. So that's what we're doing, and many happy Sky Muster customers on that network.
So I'm interested, just asking for a friend. You mentioned when you were talking about LeoSats earlier that one of their challenges is that they still need broadband capacity, so they're still using the spectrum. Do LeoSats use the same spectrum that GeoSats are using, and also that the mobile network is using? Because we keep hearing from other telcos for mobile networks that the spectrum's sort of congested, and that's why things might be slowing down at certain times of the day. And I'm just wondering, are we going to stop seeing the increased benefits just because we're going to saturate as many people as possible are going to be trying to vie for the spectrum that's already full?
Yeah, well, Senator, so the spectrum is very carefully managed by the ACMA. I mean, if you say it quickly, they do sound like the same spectrum. So, you know, Ka band at millimetre wave, Ku band, you know, there is the various technologies use similar bands, but the frequencies within those bands, the orientation, so the ability to discriminate between satellites at various inclinations, and it's something that's carefully managed by the ACMA to ensure that it's not a free-for-all. That unmanaged spectrum is the analogy being, say, Wi-Fi, where you can, you know, the Wi-Fi can congest if you're in an apartment block because the neighbours around are using the same kind of spectrum. In the case of licensed spectrum that we're talking about here, is something that is carefully managed. And the way, I mean, for example, in our fixed wireless upgrade, one of the ways that we've been able to achieve such a massive capacity increase for that network, the 4 to 5 times capacity as part of that upgrade, is to have massive spectrum reuse. So in fact, you could use the same bit of spectrum multiple times from the same tower to serve different homes and businesses within that footprint. So there's sort of analogous techniques that operate in the satellite sphere as well.
Do you want to say anything else?
Oh, I think that's cool.
And just similar topic, but moving on, you were talking about looking at solutions for post 2032 and 33 when the geosats reach the end of their life, and you're investigating potentially LEOsat options, amongst other things. We spoke earlier today with the department and others. In the government's 2024 regional telecommunications review, it was observed that current LEOsat constellations are owned and operated by foreign companies, raising questions about data security and control over sovereign risks. Are those potential risks forming part of your investigations as you look for a long-term solution?
Absolutely. So a range of issues around data sovereignty, surety of service. I mean, as a statutory infrastructure provider, we can't put up the sold out sign. So we need to be able to ensure that we have, you know, in any partnership that we might enter into, the surety that we can meet the potential demand of a statutory infrastructure provider safely, securely, with the national interest at the heart.
Senator, it's definitely formed part of, obviously, the RFI process that we've been going through. It also goes through things like lawful intercept. There are a number of things that we really need to take into account here, and obviously, you know, from a broadband provider, and as Mr. Williams has already mentioned, being the statutory infrastructure provider, yeah, again, we take that and the regulations very seriously as well.
Have you, as yet, put a recommendation to the Minister, or is that still some time away for a future option for Sky Master?
Well, we keep the Minister appraised of and the Department appraised of our progress.
But you haven't formed a final recommendation?
Well, we haven't got a... we're not in a position where we've got a final proposal that is inkable, if that's another way of responding to it.
And it's fair to say that when you do, or whatever the final proposal is, the Minister will have to approve?
It'd be subject to... I'm careful in my words because I'm not sure technically the process is, but yeah, I mean, a materials procurement exercise such as this, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Billick.
Thank you. Earlier today I was asking Australia Post about the activities they undertake in areas where a natural disaster's occurred. So I was just wondering, you know, I'm thinking about the recent floods in Queensland, so I was just wondering what sort of initiatives NBN has to make the network more resilient to national disasters such as the floods in Queensland.
Senator, we've got I think, an excellent engineering and operations team at NBN, and they have a lot of experience in terms of emergency management and crisis management. So we were definitely impacted by the recent floods in far north Queensland. We were impacted by the cyclone coming in off the coast of WA. Part of the reason that we are working through and obviously looking to build a more resilient network, and some of that is around the investments that we're making in upgrading from fibre to the node and fibre to the curb to a full fibre network. The fault rate, as Mr Labanovic has already mentioned, is significantly lower when you move on to a full fibre network. Again, when you're on a copper network, it's potentially ageing. It has impacted and degradation from water ingress as well. So there's a number of things we're doing around building resilience within the network, and it includes a number of upgrades and resilient programs we're running against our fibre to the node, fibre to the curb, our HSE network as well in terms of the investments that we're making. We have a large team of people working with our battery replacements. We have a number of cell on wheels so we can move them. We have 121 POIs within our network, and we have POIs that are available to go if we did have one of our POIs actually go out. So we have, I think, a well-honed team in terms of this. We don't take any of this lightly. We work well with the emergency services in each of the states and also at a national level as well. So I think it's in an area which, again, when you're running critical digital infrastructure that we are, with over 20 million people touching it a day, it's something that is taken incredibly seriously.
Do you have any other sort of assets, I suppose, to deploy to support communities in emergencies, other than ones you've listed?
Yes, perhaps if I'll raise a few. So,
Thank you.
One of the key areas actually is our satellite disaster recovery solution in emergency evacuation centres. So learning from Black Summer, where the team went to the campground in Bateman's Bay on, I think it was the day after New Year's Day on that fateful summer. We identified that we could support the community with a satellite service and off-grid power, and at the time it was a scramble with people knocking on the doors of a local electrical supply to find routers and such things. So that spawned the Strengthening Telecommunications Against Natural Disasters program. So we've now got 1,000 evac centres armed with satellite connectivity available for community members. For example, there was one in Ingham Showgrounds which actually wasn't called upon at the time because it was tragically underwater. But so that's one. Other assets include flyaway kits, which are again the portable satellite SATCOMs devices. The temporary network infrastructure that we've spoken about that can act as, just as it says on the tin, a network system that would replace another system were it to be damaged in, say, a fire or flood. But frankly, one of the key considerations in these kind of emergencies is power resilience. In the case of some of our key fixed wireless locations, we've deployed what we call hybrid power cubes. And what these are solar. They're sort of an integrated device that includes solar power, big battery banks, diesel generator, and a big fuel cell. So they're situated permanently in these locations and able to power the tower if the mains power fails. We also have a large number of NBN-owned diesel generators that we seek to pre-deploy when we can foresee potential events such as the events in far north Queensland. And we have many more of these generators with some of our field delivery partners ready to deploy. So when it's safe to do so, we would deploy those. I note in the Grampians, the tower up at Mount William suffered some significant damage and the power was out. We're actually able to utilise some shared power temporary infrastructure there, and just as if it's dry and fire event down in the Grampians and rain up north. I mean, we cop it all in this country.
It's a vast country.
Yes, indeed.
You mentioned full fibre network, move to that. How does the deployment of that sort of reduce the impact of disasters? So, I mean, floods is pretty obvious, I suppose, as an example.
I'm happy to take that.
Thank you.
What we see is fibre is, on average, about 8 times more reliable than the copper network, and that is due to water ingress that goes into copper joints through to especially what we've seen recently in Queensland with flood damage, rebuilding the FTTN nodes, which has batteries within their power packs, different types of electrical equipment. Those nodes are powered. We've got battery backup in the street network, but obviously when power and electricity grid does go down, we have to deploy generators to keep that up and running. Sometimes you cannot get a generator in to a number of these areas. When it's flood damage, safety is absolute priority for our workforce internally and externally in that regard. So a fibre network has no need to have power in the street. It's passive fibre cable, optical glass, all the way through from the local telephone exchange through to the end customer's home. So that inherent reliability and resilience is built into that fibre cable. And floods, wind damage, those types of aspects, especially if fibre is underground, and we try and underground as much of our fibre as possible where it economically makes sense too, that stands the test of time. And that's back to my earlier mentioning around the upgradability of fibre in the future is about changing the boxes, the electronic boxes at either end, and not having to change that network. So that is why we are seeing less and less network faults and customer faults. And in the event of Queensland, for instance, when there is flood damage, the network is ready to go when power comes back on for customers inside their homes and businesses.
Okay, that's great. Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Cadell.
Thank you. Comms Day report on 20th December, that same report, the NBN Special Access Undertaking Annual Expenditure Report, said that the FT fibre to the node premises costs was exceeded your forecast by 29% and fibre to the premises by 27%. The actual costs were redacted. I get that. I don't want that here. But how do we get that so wrong?
So I don't recall the report, Senator, but if we're talking about we're over our estimate of spend on
fibre to the node and fibre to the premises.
Most of that is volume. It's all volume related.
So the actual process of that, are we talking about $3.8 billion to roll the rest of the fibre out to 622 homes, 622,000 homes? Are they the right numbers?
Yep, that is.
How do we recover, according to my calculator, $6,109 per home when we're making, you've got your operating costs and everything? That is a massive, massive return on capital, isn't it? It's a very minimal return on capital. It will take a huge amount of time to pay that off.
Senator, look, your point is obviously very clearly valid. To go back to the original $2 million, obviously that was the we had easier access when we started with that process, and the cost per premise was lower. Then we moved to the next 1.5. The cost per premise, as you know, went up from there, and there was a blended cost, which was about $1,200. So if you look at the recent announcement around the 622 at the current cost of $3.8 billion, you're correct. It comes in at about $6,100. Now, that assumes that we would be 100% rolling out into every home in that 622 or home and premises. We estimate...
So we might even not get that. If every 50%, it could be $12,000 per home that connects.
Well, we actually think we'll get closer to the 95 in terms of building out that local fibre network. It's fair to say this is an investment which has a longer payback period based on, again, those numbers that you've rightly pointed out. In terms of where we think we'll be from there, it is about digital inclusion. Again, we would not have been able to upgrade at the same pace without that investment from the government, so we definitely welcome it. And in terms of our capital management plan and ensuring that we are managing that appropriately, we will be doing that absolutely in terms of the final 622,000. I think we've already mentioned that the 3.5 million that we'll have completed by the end of this year will come in on time and on budget.
Well, one of the 622 doesn't have fibre, but I feel guilty about the spend. You said you'll be migrating a lot of the 100 megabit per second plans to 500 megabit per second plans later at no cost. Is that still the case?
That's correct. So in September of this year, the opportunity, and Anna, I might get you to talk to this in a little bit more detail. There'd been extensive consultation with industry and also with industry partners on this, with the RSPs, around being able to upgrade our speed tiers. So, and I'm not sure if you'd like to.
Yes, and on September 14th, we've announced that we will be, our 120 plan will make that 5 times faster to 550 at no additional wholesale cost.
No, but you expect backhaul to cost more so that retailers might actually charge more? Have you looked at the impact of what you think retailers will do?
Yes, so we've been consulting deeply with the retailers on this topic, and obviously different retailers have different network considerations.
Different backhaul needs and everything, I get that sort of thing,
So we have been working with retailers on some of the things that will make a difference to them. So, for example, some of them raised NNI costs, which is network-to-network interface.
Yep.
So we've reduced the price on that to make sure that we're lowering the impact on the industry.
How does it work when we're getting, I take the point of increased marginal cost as we get to validation there, but we're lowering the charges like the NNIs and no extra cost for 500s. How do we recover this money?
So I would say that it's a different sort of question. We know that around the world speeds are lifting. We also know that we've reached critical points with our network rollout that mean that we can offer this. Mr. Labanovich can talk to the network upgrades.
I heard his 81 gigs earlier. I went, wow, I'll be king of world of tanks.
It's definitely about... In the future. We're in an evolving competitive market where we'd reached these important milestones on the network, and so we thought that now was the right time to do this. Our cousins in New Zealand, Chorus, their most popular plan is a 300 megabit plan, and they're going to do a speed boost to 500 as well. So this is simply about making the most of our network.
Okay.
I mean, there's a couple of things there, if I could add also. Yeah. I mean, it's obviously there's a revenue impact as we move customers and as customers elect to move on to the higher speed plans. But there's an efficiency gain for us around moving customers off the copper network onto the fibre network. Again, that's quite substantial. You're probably aware that we run 7 networks at the moment. So in terms
I'm on a bloody RIM server. I'm happy to get phone. Yeah, that's fine.
So in terms of the cost and being able to simplify, streamline our business, reduce IT costs, reduce the costs we've just mentioned around batteries, the nodes. We have 28,000 nodes still in this network. So again, the way we look at it is from a cash flow perspective. Once it does go obviously positive, we own the asset, stable revenue, looking at what we're doing from OPEX and obviously the capital reductions that we'll see.
Yep, okay. I'm going to be very, very careful on this next little bit because it is somewhat sensitive. We've got a lot of concerns regarding the field contract services tender that's currently out about the rumoured preferred suppliers and some ACCC action against some of those big guys. Are you considering that before it's out, or has a decision been made and final? I'm not going to name names on this because I don't think that's valid.
We appreciate that.
Yeah, I can cover that. So, Senator, in general, all of our procurement processes are very rigorous, and we've got purchasing frameworks in terms of how we go through those processes, control points through to multiple rounds of assessment, feedback through all of those processes. What you're referring to in regards to the field module RFP that we've got out at the moment, we've been in deep consultation with our partners, industry, since November of 2023. So it's been almost 14 odd months. Through that consultation, we've been working through what does good look like in co-development for this into the future. We finished that consultation in June of last year, went to RFP in August of last year, been in an evaluation process since then, and we are still in that evaluation process. So
you are still in it, sir?
The RFP has not been concluded yet. As part of the process itself, we do indicate to our partners and parties that are part of that process who is preferred and non-preferred as we get close
So
to the
some are
conclusion.
already out, but the final one's not.
Well, we say preferred or non-preferred because we haven't yet concluded terms and conditions with preferred parties. Once we have concluded that, then we formally write to all participants around the outcome, which is where we're not there yet. Absolutely, there is a supplier code of conduct in regards to all procurement processes around ethics, around expectations of what NBN has, around bribery, corruption, independent assessments, around working with other participants, and we've been very clear through that supplier code of conduct and especially through the field module in regards to expectations through that. So we're very confident in our due diligence through this process thus far.
But you have been made aware of the ACCC charges against some participants?
We are aware of that.
That's all I know.
Yeah, we are aware of that.
Great. Thank you so much for coming. Just one wee point. The conversation about costs and where it's going on, there is a much broader benefit to the country in terms of access to education, access to online health services, access for small business to contact their customers. Surely that plays a part in this part of the development of the network. Appreciate that, into the future you're going to hold your own and that'll be great and there'll be a return on investment. But surely at this point in the game, the further investments that are being put in by yourselves and also by the government are about the betterment of our society and access.
Absolutely. I mean, again, the $3 billion investment has brought forward our ability to upgrade those last 622,000 customers who today would not have had an upgrade path off copper and would have been on a service that was degrading. So again, it's a great opportunity for us in terms of, again, we talk a lot at NBN about lifting the digital capability of Australia. Again, being new to the organisation and starting in December, it is an incredibly purpose-led organisation. And I think, again, it is not lost on anyone the nation-building opportunity that we have now. And I think the importance and the criticality of getting it right and the real privileged position that we are in.
And if I might add, Senator, it is a very significant investment from a Labor government perspective also, because the NBN was envisaged as a service that would be nation building in its impact. We had a decade where we had the multi-technology mix. You heard about the legacy impacts of having so many different networks and the cost to the NBN of that approach. We wasted a lot of time under the Liberal and National parties. I am surprised to hear criticism this evening of the investments that are being made now and the equity funding that is being made to complete this project for so many households that will benefit from this really economy-changing, community-changing technology. I had understood, actually, that the Coalition supported this equity investment. I'm now confused based on the questioning we've received this evening, but I imagine that the Shadow Minister may at some point clear that up.
Indeed. Thank you, Minister.
We're not concerned. We're just worried about the amount it is costing and if the public needs to know. We're not saying it shouldn't be done, but we want clarity.
Okay. Ms Sweeney, everybody else, thank you so much. Welcome and good luck in your endeavours. No doubt we will have the joy of seeing you in front of this committee a lot more into the future.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your time, Senators.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I would now like to call officers for the Classification Board to the table as swiftly as we can make it. Okay. Thank you. Hi. Welcome. Mr. Stephen Thompson is the Director, and we have Mr. Dominic Erlinger, Board Member. Mr. Thompson, your first time with us?
My first time, started in the position in December first-time estimates.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Would you care to make an opening statement?
I would, if that's okay.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Stephen Thompson, Director of the Australian Classification Board. The Classification Board can trace its origins back 108 years to the establishment of the Commonwealth Film Censorship Board in 1917. Reform in the early 1970s began the transition from censorship to classification. The board, as it exists today, came into being with the passing of the Commonwealth Classification Act in 1995. Since 1995, so 30 years ago, the board has not held power to censor the material it classifies. The board does not censor material. We classify films, computer games, and other media to help Australians make informed choices about what they and their families watch, play, and read. The board also works with law enforcement agencies and classifies material for enforcement purposes. I want to acknowledge the hard work of my predecessors, including previous directors and board members, in helping Australians make these informed choices. In particular, I want to acknowledge the complex work that the board and staff in the department have carried out in the last 10 years. This has included navigating the introduction of multinational streaming services to Australia and platform convergence in media. The board is committed to working collaboratively with the department and industry, including streaming services, broadcasters and film distributors, as well as community stakeholders. Regardless of delivery platform, whether in the cinema, at home using video streaming service or watching broadcast television, the board are committed to supporting an informative, consistent and efficient classification service. As the media landscape continues to evolve, our ambition is to ensure that Australian consumers can continue to make informed choices about what they watch, play and read. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Welcome. We'll go straight to Senator Cadell.
Thank you. Look, I've got some concerns. I'm not going to pretend. Ostend. Let's go straight there. I don't ever think a book should be banned. I'm not in that. But the classification of being able to sell it to anyone, even with a 15-year-old guide.
Yep.
I've read your reasons, but clearly gang rape scenes of young girls and women in a book that is available in libraries and sales, in an atmosphere when we've had the e-safety commissioner here, we're hearing 1 in 4 girls are facing sexual harassment, if not online. It promotes the wrong message. We've had cry out from Brave Hearts, we've had cry outs. I mean, the co-chair of the National Office on Child Safety, who's a member of Brave Hearts, said no. I find it hard to rationalise in a world that objectifies women so badly, even reading your reasons that it's part of I get it's part of a criminal or dismantling of a child over sexual predator ring. I get that. I get the context of it. But to make it available for all people, how do you get to that level? How do we respect women enough at a board that says, I mean, it is gang rape. It is that. It's not even, you don't even pretend it's not in these books. It is a sexual predatory ring. How is that approved for general sale?
Thank you for the question, Senator, and I appreciate the seriousness of the topic. In assessing all publications, the board follow the classification of publication guidelines from 2005. That's what the board did in this instance, as you pointed out. Classified the publication as N, not recommended for...
Not recommended, but available, yeah.
But available, yes. So the board aren't in control of the guidelines or enforcement of the guidelines. That's something that's agreed by the Commonwealth and states and territories. So when dealing with this sort of information, this sort of publications, the board's only recourse is to follow the guidelines, which they did in this case and in all cases, and hence the classification of M not recommended to readers under 15.
It says in your ruling, sex is not high in impact and is not exploitative, offensive, gratuitous or very detailed. It is gang rape.
It's a literary... Yes, I understand. when looking through the publication guidelines talk about context, terms like artistic merit, and the fact that we're dealing with a fictional written account of fictional activities.
If I put a video of the acts carried out on the internet, if it was a video and not a book, it wouldn't even get shown at all. I would be charged for the acts that are on that video, let alone not able to distribute it. I find this...
Even if it was a fictionalised drama.
Yeah. If it was consenting adults pretending to play this role, I would be charged. How is the differential between print and depiction? I just have trouble grasping this.
I understand, Senator. So the classification guidelines for films and the classification guidelines for publications are different.
And this isn't an anti-government thing for me. I'm having trouble understanding what would we need to do so this book wouldn't fit into that guidelines. That government, our government, any government.
18 plus.
18 plus. 18 plus. I might not, love the book, but I would understand that. What do we need to do that?
A review of the publication guidelines is what we would need to do. And in our submission to the Stage 2 reform consultation last year, the board outlined some recommendations around looking at the publication guidelines and considering a more informative set of guidelines to deal with publications.
Okay. So you were hamstrung by the guidelines as they were, that book... I have trouble finding it when it says sex is not high in impact and is not exploitative, offensive or gratuitous. I don't know what is more than a gang rape scene of young women, but young girls. So I find that classification, I think potentially, if it is that, because it is exploitative, it doesn't fit under that category. Wouldn't you agree?
Perhaps I'll let Mr Thompson make any further remarks about the particular decision in relation to this book, but I wondered if I could come back to your broader question about what's the reform pathway and what is required.
I could read it. No, I'm not going to read out. I've done enough bad things in it. I'm not going to read out
Thank you.
what that is.
Yes.
But
No, please don't.
no, I'm not going to. But I will. Another one, the comic book that's been similarly hated by young women and stuff like that. It's won't name it so everyone goes Googling it at home. But there's a sex scene where a man is in a comic book pulling her hair, burying a woman's head in a pillow. And I will say these words, and I'll bleep out the Fs. You stupid slapper, I'll come to your house and I'll kill your husband, I'll kill your 2 little kids, and I'll, expletive deleted, kill you. While he's having sex with a woman doing this thing. The same thing again. If that isn't exploitative, if that isn't offensive, if that isn't gratuitous, if that isn't fear of non-consensual, when someone's saying that, I know you're saying that in that magazine, reading the ruling again, that it's these 2 antagonists come together and they do this a lot. In a world that is meant to be respecting women more and valuing them and protecting them when we're trying to protect our youth from such violent stuff, this is a comic book where this exists. Is this exactly the same problem there?
I think,
do you want the name of that?
You're pointing to the issue that's actually the subject of the reform process that's underway, which is that since these guidelines were established, the world has changed a great deal, and there are a range of different mediums through which content is provided to users and consumers, and the way that they are treated from a classification perspective is not consistent. And this is a source of quite significant frustration for people who voice very similar kinds of views as you do. They might differ in terms of where the line ought to be drawn, but this lack of consistency between the different media is one of the things that is the subject of a present piece of reform that's underway. So we've got a number of reviews that have already been undertaken that sort of indicate that this is not fit for purpose, that technology's moved on to a point. So essentially the department has initiated consultation about reform. The submissions, as I've indicated, highlighted the fragmented nature of governance and regulation and supported consolidation of the classification function into a clearer governance framework and a more clearly defined scope of content that would require classification And so the government is now working with the states and territories to update classification guidelines for publications, for films and computer games to try and bring some of this consistency about and address some of those community concerns around gender-based violence, around mental health themes and around sexually explicit content.
You mentioned computer games, something I haven't even put in my questions because I think I'll play my AESD or whatever, the things that make me feel good because I've got a bit of the ADDs. Those games, I'm playing an anti-screw game where you just get screws out of different things. The ads come on for a role-based play where a boss has to seduce his secretary. I haven't downloaded the game, but the ads, and you make decisions on, like, again, objectifying women. You know, at the end of the thing on the ad, it says, you know, stay the night or leave. You click leave and it's wrong decision on the hand that comes on the ad. You know, these are the things that I get there. That is a digital platform and it's an ad. And I know things are changing and technology is changing. And I get everything you say about reform. I understand that and I back it and we'll get that far. It comes down to me to this phrase, and I go over it to the third time. Sex is not high in impact, is not exploitative, offensive, gratuitous or very detailed. And I go with it, I think that is a board situation, not a guideline situation. That is a judgment call. If group sex, forced rape of young women and young girls isn't offensive, exploitative or gratuitous, what is?
So I'm just going to let everyone know that we've got, well, we're over time.
Sorry.
So, but I appreciate the situation here and the question that you've asked. Mr Thompson, if I could just give you a chance to respond to that and then we will need to move on.
Yeah, so like I say, I appreciate the concerns around these issues. The board classify a huge range of material, including material, as I mentioned in my opening statement, that is submitted for law enforcement purposes. So the board see a significant range of material and the level of impact through a fictionalised written account as opposed to a video or an interactive game or real-life law enforcement material is very different. So the board's frame of reference for this sort of stuff is informed by some of the worst things that the board are protecting Australian consumers from.
I fear for some of your people what they see.
Yeah, so that's not to trivialise the issue, but that's the environment that they're working in.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Thompson. We really appreciate you coming along. Apologies that you get a late night slot, that it runs for 15 minutes, but you'll come to love us.
Looking forward to the next one. Thank you.
Or not. We will now adjourn and return at 8:30. Good evening. I would like to welcome Senator the Honourable Tim Ayres, Assistant Minister for Trade, representing the Minister for Arts. Minister, would you care to make an opening statement?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Not at this stage.
Not at this
Tempted
stage.
as I am.
And I would also welcome officers from Creative Australia, Mr Robert Morgan as the Chair and Mr Adrian Collette, Chief Executive Officer. Mr Collette, would you care to make an opening statement?
I would, Senator. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
First, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, and pay respect to elders past, present and emerging. I want to begin by addressing the Board's decision regarding the artistic team for the Venice Biennale 2026. Creative Australia's stewardship of public funding for the arts in Australia is both an honour and a weighty responsibility. Art has always occupied the complex and often uncomfortable space where competing perspectives and social pressures intersect. Maintaining social cohesion is a national priority, and the issues we are confronting are being navigated not just by artists and arts institutions or organisations, but by workplaces, universities and communities across the country. We condemn any form of racism or discrimination and reaffirm our commitment to fostering an arts sector that is inclusive, respectful and reflective of the diverse voices that shape contemporary Australia. This is one of the functions under Creative Australia's legislation. The selection process for the artistic team for the Venice Biennale followed a process that has to date served Australia and the artistic community well. We need only reflect on the 2024 success to know that the process has delivered results with compelling artistic integrity. But in this case, the process has fallen short. To be clear, it has not failed on artistic grounds, and it is not a reflection on the artistic team recommended for Venice. The Creative Australia Board does not pick artists, and it does not opine on artistic interpretation. The Board is a custodian of Creative Australia's licence to operate, and it cannot delegate, transfer or outsource that responsibility to others, which means at times it must confront the most difficult decisions. The key roles of the Creative Australia Board are governance of the organisation, risk management, and to apply its judgment to ensure our artistic mission can be delivered. The entire 2026 Venice selection process will be the subject of an external review. We believe this is a critical step to restore the confidence of all our stakeholders. We will not prejudge what the review will determine. However, there is a central context that must be considered. Creative Australia spends public money to support its artistic and cultural ambitions. Our circumstances today cannot be separated from the broader community context in Australia and the relentless daily threats to social cohesion. We strive to uphold the power of art to unite and build understanding, but we cannot be blind to the very real risk that the choices we make can also have the potential to trigger divisive narratives. And where that is the case, then the Board must put its mind to the social licence consequences of how public funds are being spent. The external review mentioned earlier will look at the whole governance process for the 2026 Venice Biennale. We will wait for the review's findings on the adequacy of the process to thoroughly identify, analyse, report on and manage the sensitivities and potential risks associated with the Venice selection process and its governance. And we look forward to what the review might say about whether those issues were able to be given appropriate consideration. As public debate intensified and scrutiny was applied to some of the artists' prior works, it became very quickly evident to the Board that the organisation was confronting significant risks to its future mission. In these circumstances, the Board was compelled to exercise its judgment, and there were no dissenting voices. We understand the deep distress this has caused the artistic community. It's been felt acutely by the Board and by all of us at Creative Australia as well. It is important to reiterate that this decision does not affect the vital work Creative Australia delivers through our grants programs and broader support for Australian artists. As we navigate this challenging period, we remain committed to our mission of fostering artistic excellence and creative expression. We remain steadfast in our mission to support Australian artists and to champion the power of art in our society. We will continue to work with the sector to uphold artistic freedom, celebrate our nation's artistic voices, and ensure that Creative Australia can continue to serve the wider public trust placed in us. Thank you, and we will be happy to answer your questions.
Mr. Collett, you said in your opening statement that that it is a great honour but a weighty responsibility in terms of what you do. The events over the last couple of weeks have caused an enormous amount of stress and anxiety and disappointment across the arts community and in various other sectors of the community. Would you care to sort of unpack how we got to this point a little more? I feel that people are tuning in. People are keen to get an explanation of the rationale of each step of this process, and I wonder if you could take a moment to run us through that.
Yes, Senator, I would be happy to. You're right, this is a critical moment and it's caused much anxiety, it's caused much sadness for many of my colleagues and understandably so much of the artistic sector, and we were aware when we made the decision at the board that the artistic sector would be very disturbed by the decision we made. It's certainly the toughest one in my now quite long experience in the artistic sector. The process, as I said, was, as it has been for the last 3 biennales, since Creative Australia took responsibility for making the decision on the Venice artist to represent Australia. And that's important in all this. It is unlike anything else we do. The appointment of the artist and curator for the Venice Biennale is unlike anything else we do. We have our grants programs that are often the subject of some debate but have served Australian independent artists and small projects extremely well for decades. And of course the majority of our funding goes to the major performing arts organisations and our 4-year funded organisations. But it's important to recognise that this is different in kind. So we use many of the same processes to arrive at this. In this case, we appointed expert industry peers, 3 Australian visual arts experts or practitioners and 2 internationals, given the international flavour of this. And they guided our choice for the artists that would represent Australia in the Australian Pavilion in the biggest international art fair in Australia. So this is very different to giving a grant or investing in a company to do its work. We had confidence in the process. It was exactly like the 3 last biennales. We had very good advice. The process involved the industry advisors giving that advice to our head of visual arts and to me in long briefing sessions. And based on that, through a very competitive shortlist of 6 shortlist finalists, if you like, and in the run-up to that, into the 2-stage process, 51 artists applied for this privilege of being the Australian artist at the Venice Biennale. Based on that advice, the head of arts practice and I decided on Khalid Fasabi and the curator Michael D'Agostino to represent us at the Venice Biennale. And we did that confidently. We did that based on the project that had been outlined to us that the curator and the artist wanted to work on for the 2026 Venice Biennale. I can go into a bit more detail about the nature of that project, but of course it is something that we plan to launch further down the track. After the launch, some controversy was generated by a work of art that the artist produced in 2007. It was subject to a good deal of controversy, to artistic explanation, to artistic critique. During that time, after the launch, also in the Senate, Senator Chandler referred to another work that was produced some 20 years ago based on the 9/11 assault and the caption, "Thank you very much." We anticipate always that the selection of the Venice artist will be controversial. It has been for time immemorial. Everyone has a view on the artist, on the art. We don't resile from any of those decisions. We haven't in the past. But what happened at that moment was a recognition by me and the board that this entire process was going to be mired in the worst kind of divisive debate. The artist wouldn't have an opportunity to do his work, and the potential of this to damage not only the artist himself, but the organisation that we are there to serve, and remembering that at the Venice Biennale we have an artist who represents Australia, the damage that could be done through sustained controversy and divisive debate at this particular time with the fragmentation of public discourse that we are seeing in all our institutions. The board, regardless of their individual experience as artists, as arts practitioners, as people who have been in governance for a long time, within that room there was a unanimous feeling that this controversy had the potential to damage the organisation, the artist, and our reputation.
Done that. Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young, intervening in this conversation until it's your turn. It's not helpful.
I'm very happy to engage with that. Well, happy is the wrong
I'm sorry,
word.
Mr. Collette. That's my call, not yours.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to explain why the decision was made. And it was for that reason that we took a very, very difficult decision.
One of the, I know my colleagues have lines of questioning that they will follow, and I'll get to them in a moment. One of the things that has been raised with me on a number of occasions in the last week or so has been that people say that the minister should now intervene. Now, if we all look back, I'm very proud to be part of a Labor government that worked very hard to ensure that there wasn't political interference in the arts. And that's something we are very proud of. And the legislation governing Creative Australia says very clearly that the minister should not give direction in relation to the making of a decision by Creative Australia, which is something we wish to hold up. However, the anxiety that has been created, the devastation, the damage that has been created has meant that people are now backflipping on not wanting politicians to intervene to now going, this is a terrible situation and somebody needs to intervene. I'm going to ask my colleagues to behave themselves, essentially, as we go through the next hour. People have questions that you need to answer. There are deep concerns about how things have played out, and this is your opportunity to explain what has occurred. But I will stress to my colleagues that we're not going to have an all-in brawl here. So I'll ask people to remember that they have obligations under the Behaviour Code of Conduct for Australian parliamentarians, and that they will treat the witness with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. And with that, I'll go to Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Collette, for being here, and Mr. Morgan. When did you decide to call a board meeting?
I contacted my chair, Mr. Morgan, on the 13th, Thursday the 13th, so that was the day that
the Senate question was asked?
Yes, it was the day that question was asked. It was the day I and we became aware of the
gossip piece in the Australian?
I'm sorry?
The gossip piece in the Australian?
There have been many gossip pieces in the Australian. No, that wasn't. It was due to Senator Chandler's questions in the Senate. We became aware of an early work of art that Khalid Sabsabi had done, which we were not aware of. I was concerned about the impact that would have for all the reasons I've explained, so I won't labour them anymore. And so I contacted the Chair of Creative Australia and we decided that we should discuss it with the board. So we had a board meeting that evening.
Okay. I want to be really specific about the timeline here.
Okay.
I was in the Senate when Senator Chandler asked the question, so I know when that happened. It's about 2:35 p.m. When did you receive the call from the minister?
About 3:30.
About 3:30. And when did you call Mr. Morgan?
I'd called him before that.
You called him before the minister called you?
Yes.
So were you watching Senate question time?
No, but colleagues of mine who work in public affairs were, and alerted me to it, and we searched the image and saw it, and I thought,
who alerted you?
It all happened quickly. I think it was probably my head of public affairs, Nicola Grayson.
Okay. And so what time did you call Mr. Morgan?
Around 3:30, very close to 3:30.
But before the minister called you?
Yeah.
So that conversation between the two of you must have been fairly brief and short then?
Well, I described the image. I said, I think we have an issue here that the board needs to discuss. And so we got busy bringing the board together.
Okay. Mr. Morgan, what was your recollection of how long that initial discussion took?
With Mr. Collette?
Yes.
Oh, it was very short. As soon as he described to me what had been revealed in the Senate and the graphic imagery pertaining to that, it became obvious to me that we needed to get the board together to discuss the implications of that on our Venice Artist Commission.
You must have, just to be clear, so it definitely was, you called Mr. Collette, you called Mr. Morgan at some time between 2:35 p.m. and 3:30. And you can't remember exactly when?
I can't, no.
But you could check, couldn't you?
I could check, yes.
Yes, I would like you to check that. And then you received a call from the minister. You received the call from the minister or you called the minister?
No, I received a call from the minister.
Okay, and had there been any communication with the minister's office prior to the minister calling you?
No, not with me, no.
With anyone at Creative Australia?
I would have to check that, but certainly not with me.
And Mr. Morgan, did you receive any communications from the minister or the minister's office or anyone else in government before you spoke to Mr...
None whatsoever. None whatsoever, Senator.
So the first you heard about this was when Mr. Collette called you?
Mr. Collette rang me around that time. I can't remember, but it was mid-afternoon. I happened to be in Melbourne that day.
Yeah, okay.
And it was quite clear, as we said, that we needed to get the board together to assess what clearly was going to be very... going to be something we needed to deal with quite quickly.
And then when was the board meeting convened?
6 o'clock that evening.
6 p.m. And did you contact the artistic team before or after the board meeting?
Both.
When was the first time you contacted?
I think it was about half an hour. I'd have to check to be exact, but it was about half an hour before the board meeting. I rang Khalid. I said there was an issue about one of the images we had now seen. The board wished to discuss it. He briefly explained the image to me, and I undertook to ring him as soon as the board meeting was over.
Okay. So at about 5:30 you must have called him, and then the board meeting was at 6. Not all members of the board could make that meeting, could they?
No, Larissa Berendt was away, so she wasn't at the meeting, but I think every other board member was there.
Was it so urgent that you couldn't wait for the full board to be available? This was a Thursday afternoon, by this time Thursday evening.
In my judgment, it was critical. It was really critical. And to get all but one of your board members to a meeting suggested to me that if I, as CEO, said we had a critical issue, people dropped what they were doing to be at the board meeting. Larissa Berendt was away.
And were all members of the board, aside from Dr. Berendt, able to be in that meeting the full time?
I think one of our members had to leave early.
Yeah, Caroline Wood left it, I think, after about 35 minutes.
Is it usual in these situations to give board members ample time to be able to attend meetings and consider the matter by which the extraordinary meeting's been called for?
I'm sorry, what?
Well, how much time were board members given to consider the urgent matter?
The board meeting ran for about an hour and a half.
Right. The board meeting itself ran for an hour and a half. And when were board members informed that a meeting would be called for 6 p.m? At some time between 3:30, when Mr. Collette...
Yes, my executive officer made the calls, sent the emails, and arranged the meeting.
And did the board members know what the meeting was about? Were they informed what the meeting was, the extraordinary meeting was being called for?
I'm trying to be exact here.
Thank you.
We said there was an urgent meeting. I think we said, but I'd have to check this, that there was an urgent matter to be discussed about the Venice project, but I'm not 100% sure that we used those words.
When you spoke to Mr. Sabazi, did you, and you said you spoke to him briefly before the meeting, did you offer him an opportunity to speak to the board? To explain his work?
No, I did not at that.
To give the context?
No, I didn't. No, I did not at that time. He explained the work to me.
And that wasn't sufficient for you? You didn't think that there was a sufficient explanation?
So let me try and make a distinction here. The impact of those images at this time, with the controversy going on, is not, in my view, about artistic intent. It is not about artistic intent. It is about the impact that would have on the broader public. That was the concern. And the impact of art does not reside with an artist's intent. It resides in the way it is perceived by the public. And I say this really seriously because I've spent the best part of my life defending artistic freedom. My concern here was for the future of the organisation.
Well, I tell you what, we're here tonight because a lot of us are concerned about the future of the organisation.
I understand.
And I would put to you, Mr. Collette, the knee-jerk reaction that you have made without being able to give the artistic team the opportunity to explain to the board what their pieces, for you to react in such such haste without even having all the members of the board present, to announce a successful commission only to have it ripped off 6 days later because of a Murdoch newspaper hack job and a Conservative MP asking some questions in Senate question time. I tell you what, that is what has put this organisation into disrepute. That is what has. There is a lot of different views around this table about process and the abilities for artists to be heard and respected by bureaucracy. I tell you what, I think you have fundamentally undermined artistic policy in this country for a very long time, and people are very upset about it. Very upset. So I guess my concern is that there was no calm, thoughtful, let's think about this process. You went into panic mode and you pushed the button. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. The artists deserve better. Creative Australia has an obligation to look after the artists. Yes, we all have a responsibility on social cohesion, of course. But your organisation has a special responsibility to protect the integrity of the artistic agency and artists. And I think you failed. I think you failed dismally. I'd like to know when the artist was informed that that their contract was terminated. Can you tell me when the artist was informed?
I rang the artist. I rang Khalid and Michael, who was on the call, straight after the board meeting, and told them of the decision that they would not be representing Australia.
And so that was a phone call? That was done.
It was a phone call.
And that was at 5:30?
No, it was at 7:30 after the board meeting. I said that we would be making a statement. I tried to call back again to read the statement to Khalid. Understandably, he was very upset, so he didn't take my call. I texted him a couple of times because I wanted him to see the statement, and then the statement went out.
When was the artist formally told that the commission or the contract was rescinded and terminated?
Effectively after the board meeting.
No. Contract was signed. When was the contract formally terminated, Mr. Collette?
Well, the decision to terminate the contract was a consequence of that board meeting. We let the artist know today that the contract had been terminated.
Excuse me? So you called the artist on the Thursday night after the rushed board meeting, after only a handful of hours to make this decision, to say, sorry about that, we're taking it off you. It's taken you nearly 2 weeks to formalise that in a written form. Is that what you're telling me?
It is what I'm telling you.
Why has it taken so long?
Because there has been some correspondence with the artist and me between that. And in effect, the decision to terminate is absolutely coincident with the decision the board made that night.
Is it a coincidence that you've written to the artist today and terminated the contract formally? I mean, does it just happen to be that it's Senate estimates? Or why has it taken nearly 2 weeks when you made a decision like that on the Thursday night?
Because we were having some correspondence with the artist.
Did you have to get legal advice?
Hanson-Young, we're going to have to rotate the call.
Did you have to get
many people who wish to ask questions?
Did you have to get legal advice?
We didn't have to get legal advice. We chose to get legal advice.
After the fact.
We'll now rotate the call to Senator Chan.
Thank you very much, Chair. Much has been said about the questions that were asked in question time that led to this decision being made, and as I think Senator Hanson-Young mentioned, I asked those questions, which I'm sure you're aware of, Mr. Collette. I just want to be very clear, though. In my line of questioning to Senator Wong, I raised two pieces of artwork that Mr. Sabsabi had created. Mm-hmm. The first was a piece of art that depicted Nasrallah, who we know as the leader of Hezbollah, and the second was the artwork depicting the 9/11 terrorist attacks, titled "Thank You Very Much." Were you aware of both of those pieces of artwork? Were you made aware of both of those pieces of artwork when I asked my question in question time? Or was it only the 9/11 piece that you became aware of when I raised that question?
It was the latter.
It was the latter.
I was made aware of the artwork about the Hezbollah leader, about a day or two before the launch.
Sorry, the day or two before?
Before we launched the artist we'd commissioned for the Venice Biennale.
Right.
So about a day or two before the launch of Khalid and Michael as the artistic team of the Venice Biennale.
Who made you aware of the Nasrallah piece?
I think, again, it would probably be our public affairs communications people who were made aware of it. And but I can't guarantee that as I sit here. I know I became aware of it probably 2 days before the launch.
Mm-hmm. So would it be fair to assume then that in the brief that I'm guessing Creative Australia provided to the Arts Minister regarding the selection of Mr. Sabsabi as the representative to the Venice Biennale, none of this information was contained in that brief?
Correct, it wasn't.
When that brief was provided to the Minister, or actually, let's start there. On what date was the brief provided to the Minister outlining the selection of Mr. Sabsabi?
Just let me check with my colleague, because
you.
I'm sure she can give me an exact date. 31st of January, and the launch was on the 5th of February. So the 31st of January.
Was when the brief was sent to the Minister.
Yeah.
And so this brief contained no reference to the Nasrallah artwork.
It didn't.
No reference to the 9/11 artwork.
No, we were unaware of that.
Sorry?
We were unaware of that.
Because you were completely unaware of that. Were you unaware of the Nasrallah artwork when the brief went to the Minister?
I was certainly unaware of it, yes.
Would anybody else in Creative Australia have been aware of the artwork when the brief was sent to the Minister?
I can't answer that to a certainty. Let me add, characteristically, we do not do searches of artists' back catalogue. We don't do that. We judge the work in front of us and its potential to fulfil the brief that we are looking for. So I'm very confident in saying there wasn't a thorough search of 30 years of artistic enterprise, thousands of images, before we made the decision to appoint Khalid and Michael.
You've said in your evidence, though, that this is obviously a significant selection that Creative Australia undertakes.
Correct.
So what risk management processes do you have in place to identify any reputational issues that might arise when you are selecting somebody to represent our country overseas? I would have thought, you know, that is the sort of information that should be provided to a minister, because, you know, they're the one that, you know, has may not be signing off on the decision, but to an extent has responsibility for it.
And that is exactly why we've called this review of our processes, both executive, management and governance processes of this decision, because it is different in kind. In any investment we make, grants that are big or substantial, we do have a contentious issues register that these things might come up. In this case, the only one that we reported to the Minister and we were aware of was that the artist had boycotted the Sydney Biennale, along with a number of others, a number of other artists. But we were unaware, because we do not do a thorough search of artist back catalogues. So to your point, this is why we want a review, because the organisation was exposed. Don't deny that. It's a process that has served us very well over many years, but we are not pretending that there is something to learn through the process.
So, just for clarity, because this was my next question, Creative Australia was aware that Mr Sabsabi sought to boycott the Sydney Festival, is that correct?
Yes, we were.
And was that included in the brief to the Minister?
Yes, it was.
Was there any reference to any conflicts of interest procedures that were undertaken in relation to the selection of Mr Sabsabi, and is that the sort of information that is contained within a brief to the Minister with these decisions?
Sorry, Senator, could you repeat that?
Conflicts of interest, any sort of process around the selection that, you know, those on the panel might have declared a conflict?
No, there wouldn't, because we've got very, very thorough conflict of interest procedures in Creative Australia. You have to remember the context for this. I mean, it is different in kind. So I made the point, I take the point. The commissioning of the Venice artist is different in kind. The processes have served us well. We have commissioned an independent review to learn what we can do better. But in our normal grant making, this is outside the 160 organisations we fund. In our normal grant making, we are dealing with about 10,000 applications a year, and we award last year, nearly 3,000 grants. So we have very robust conflict of interest processes in place that govern the qualifications of our peers, our industry advisors, and indeed the industry experts who advised us on the appointment of the Venice Biennale.
At what point did Creative Australia become aware of the boycotting issue in relation to Mr Sabsabi?
I can't. I think it is something we would have been aware of quite early on in the process.
When his application came across the desk, you thought, oh, that's the guy that wanted to boycott the Sydney Festival?
I wouldn't put it like that, no.
That was probably a little colloquial. You'll have to excuse me, Mr Collette. So,
it's a well-known part of the artist's history that he was...
Yes, and this is what I'm struggling to comprehend. You say that that was a well-known part of the artist's history, but a quick Google search shows up some of these other artworks that I raised in question time. I didn't have to look too hard to find them. I am struggling to understand how that basic search can't have taken place prior to the selection of this artist.
Senator, I think I understand you're struggling to understand it, but I think I've answered your question. We characteristically don't do intensive searches of artist back catalogues. Now, subsequent to that, we've called a review of the process because we want all rigour to be applied to give us advice about how we might improve the process in future. But it is a process that has served us well in the past. And as I said in my statement, it's come up short this time.
There is a difference between extensively searching through an artist's back catalogue and just doing a basic search of artwork that they've done.
There is a difference in that, but it's not something we characteristically do.
So just so I'm clear, there is, when you get an application for the Venice Biennale, from anyone, you're not giving any consideration to the artwork that they have previously produced before you make that selection?
We judge. We certainly have a view on the calibre of the artist. And
how can you have a view on the calibre of the artist without knowing what artwork they've produced, what is in their catalogue of works?
So in this case, Mr. Subsabi is a highly respected, highly established artist. He's had works in 2 Sydney Biennales. He's had works in Biennales in China. He's had works in Biennale in Adelaide. His work is part of museum collections, including the MCA Museum that houses the work you've alluded to, He has a substantial body of work. He is a highly recognised artist of merit.
So you knew
we don't, in this case, we wouldn't be looking for individual artworks, given his reputation and given his history of achievement.
Why not stand by him?
Exactly.
In relation to this external review, just so I'm very clear, is that review only in relation to the Venice Biennale selection, or will it be more wide-reaching?
No, it's only in relation to the selection, the management, executive and governance processes around the Venice Biennale.
Mm-hmm. And whose decision was it to undertake that review?
The board's.
The board's decision. Was any suggestion made to you, for example, by the minister that a review might be prudent, or is it something that your board has self-initiated?
It is the latter.
The latter.
We'll need to rotate the calls.
I was just about to say, actually, Chair, if you want to move around a little, I'm happy to come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. On the topic of the review, is there a terms of reference?
There will be. There's a terms of reference in development.
So you announced that you were going to have a review Monday morning last week. You still haven't come up with the terms of reference, but you managed to sack somebody within a couple of hours. There just seems to be incredible inconsistency with the ability of you, Mr. Collette, to act fast when you want and to not act fast enough when needed.
We've been through a procurement exercise to find the person to do the review.
Wouldn't you need a terms of reference in order to know who should do the review?
The broad terms of reference is to review the management, executive and governance of the selection process of the Venice, of deciding the commission for the Venice Biennale.
And will it include the turmoil of the sacking of the commission?
It'll include examining the board process to arrive at that decision.
And will it consider the impact that this reversal has had on the arts community and the integrity of Creative Australia?
That's not part of the review as we envision it.
Don't you think it should be? If it's a full and frank, open, independent inquiry, it should look at what happened next, and what the impact was. That seems to me a pretty basic process of reviewing this whole saga.
Well, that would be a consideration of the board. I can't make that decision on my own.
Mr. Chairman, have you given the board any direction or your advice as to what this review should cover?
Senator, as Mr. Collette indicated, we decided as a board that we needed to do a review on the process in relation to the selection of the Venice Biennale arts team and also how that whole process worked through, what could be improved, and what lessons can be learned. And it is the intention of the board to make changes according to those recommendations, so that we can ensure that the process is fit for purpose.
And do you think, as chair of the board, that the behaviour and approach of the board in dealing with the reversal of the decision should be part of the review's remit?
I think the board's involvement in what role the board should have in terms of the selection of the artist is part of it.
Do you think the board should select the artist?
No.
But you should be able to sack them?
No, I think we should. I think the board should be able. We should assess what role, if any, the board should have. I don't want to preempt that review.
Mr. Collette, you revealed just previously when speaking to me that today you have formally terminated the contract. When was that notification given?
To the artist, it was communicated today.
At what time?
This afternoon.
At what time?
4:30.
4:30 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
Could we please have a copy of that termination communication?
I'd have to take
is it a letter?
I'd have to take that on notice. I'm not saying no, I just have to take advice.
I would appreciate that being tabled, and I can't see why there'd be a PAI claim against that. So it was only this afternoon that this formally happened. You sought legal advice.
We did.
About the termination of this contract. When did you seek legal advice?
We sought legal advice during the course of this week, 3 days ago, 2 days ago.
Do you reckon maybe you should have got the advice before you sacked the guy?
The sacking of the guy, as you put it, was effected when we rescinded the commission. That happened on the 13th.
Do you think you should have got some legal advice before you did that?
We didn't have time.
You didn't have time?
No, we didn't have time.
According to who?
According to us, we had to make that decision very quickly.
What is the legal grounds by which this contract has been rescinded?
I am not going to go into that.
No, Mr. Collette, you don't get to decide those types of things.
Well, I think on legal matters, we should take advice before answering those questions.
Well, hang on a minute. You wouldn't even get legal advice before you rescinded the contract, before you rescinded the decision. But now you want to get legal advice before you answer questions in Senate estimates. It's a bit rich.
I'll ask you to stop.
It's a bit rich, Chair.
Mr. Collette, you are at liberty to take on notice that question. It is a legal matter, therefore you are at liberty to gain advice about how you present the information to the Senate. You are not in a position to not provide information to the Senate without putting forward a PII claim, which will then be assessed by the committee in the first instance.
Thank you.
Senator Hanson-Young.
You'd only sought legal advice 3 days ago.
Yes, that's correct.
Did somebody advise you to get legal advice?
No, no one advised me to get legal advice. We were dealing with the termination of a contract. It's the normal thing to do.
Was there any discussion amongst the board of the legal implications of this reversal of the commission during the board meeting on the 13th of February?
No. It was not discussed.
So you're the board, you're the chairperson of the board of Creative Australia. This is the biggest commission that Creative Australia runs, the biggest arts event that Australia is involved in internationally. You have this extraordinary meeting. You make this very quick decision that reverses an appointment from 6 days earlier, and not one person on your board thought we better understand what the legal ramifications of this are. And that to me sounds like a total failure of governance, a total failure of governance. You're the chairperson, Mr Morgan.
I understand that we have a process for the rescission of commissions, and we followed that process in that board meeting. I understand that we are legally entitled to do so.
Senator Hanson-Young, we'll need to rotate the call. We'll go back to Senator Chandler.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just so I'm very clear before I start my next tranche of questions, the decision to call the board meeting and rescind Mr Sabsabi's commission was based entirely on the discovery of the 9/11 artwork. Is that correct, Mr Collette?
Yes, it's correct.
Minister Burke gave an interview with Sarah Ferguson on the 7:30 report, I think it was last Monday the 17th. And in that interview, the minister referenced that particular work, singular, had not been raised with me in any of the briefs and was clearly more controversial than anything that had been. Minister, is it your understanding that it was the 9/11 work that Mr Burke was shocked about?
I'm just looking at the interview, Senator. What the Minister has said is that he, as the Minister, is not engaged in the appointment of the artistic team, and he hasn't been engaged in the decision to rescind that appointment. The government's got a view consistent with the legislation that the Arts Minister doesn't direct Creative Australia. He indicated, I think he said in the interview that he indicated to Mr Collette that he supported the board. I understood that the board was going to meet, and he would support the board making that decision. He said questions had come up in the Senate about a particular work which normally I don't get involved in the decisions, but when something's due to be announced, I get sent up a brief with what are the different works, what are the different issues that might be considered controversial. That particular work had not been raised with me in any of the briefs and was clearly more controversial than anything that had been. So I was shocked when I saw that it was there, and I rang Adrian, that is Mr Collette, to find out what had happened. At that point, he had already determined that they were going to have a board meeting that night. And he went on to say, whatever you decide, I will support you and I will support Creative Australia. So your question
is which piece of artwork was the Minister shocked about?
And whether it's one or both, I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. I don't know on the basis of the briefings that I've received.
Thank you, Minister. Mr Collette, surely in the conversation that he had with you at 3:30 on the afternoon of Thursday the 13th of February, the Minister articulated what he was shocked about?
He did. He said, are you aware of, I can't remember the exact word, are you aware of the artwork, the image that was just discussed in the Senate?
Artwork singular, so in reference to the 9/11 piece, not the Nasrallah piece?
I really do believe it was in response to that work, yes.
What was that, sorry, Mr. Collette?
I really do believe it was in response to that work.
The 9/11 piece.
Mm-hmm.
That's consistent with my understanding of what's happened here, but I will come back to you on notice if there's anything additional that I can provide.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Collette, what else did the Minister say to you in that conversation?
He talked about his response to the artwork. He asked me the question, are you aware of it? He may have asked why it wasn't in the brief to him, but I told him that I was very concerned about the impact of those images, and that I was convening a meeting of the board.
Did the Minister give you a time frame in which you were to consider the situation? You'd obviously called a board meeting. Did he say, fix it at the board meeting, or did he say, I'm leaving it with you, you fix it in your own time?
No, he said neither of those things.
Did the Minister make any comment regarding a direction coming from the Prime Minister's office?
No.
So the Minister proactively rang you about the 9/11 piece, and the board subsequently cancelled the contract, as you confirmed previously, purely on the basis of the 9/11 piece of work.
On the basis of their concern of the impact of that piece, understanding of the project, on its effect on the artist and his ability to deliver what he was planning to deliver, and on its impact. And I take all the points made about the response to the art sector, which we feel, but on the basis of its concern for the reputation of the organisation with the broader public.
But you weren't concerned about the Nasrallah piece?
The Nasrallah piece was gifted by the government's through the government's cultural commission to the MCA. I don't doubt it's a controversial piece, but it's been part of the MCA's exhibit for well over a decade. It's been viewed by thousands and thousands and thousands of people. It is different in kind, and I go back to that point I made. This is not about artistic intent. I could probably sit here and critique that work in some way too. I mean the 9/11 piece, which was part of a master's student's work back in 2006 or when it was. That's not the point. The point is those images with that caption, with the US president, no one would have time to critique the intent of that work. That would have a major impact on the public.
But that isn't the piece of work that was going to Venice.
Senator Hanson-Young, I have the call.
Thank you, Senator Chandler. I'm chairing here.
Thank you, Chair. Old habits.
It's convenient. It's convenient.
Why would it, why would it be convenient? There's nothing convenient about the decision we made. We appointed Khalid and Michael in the best possible faith through a process we had confidence in. We think he's a tremendous artist. Why would it be convenient for us to overturn that decision?
Because you were being... No, Senator Faruqi, you do not. Senator Faruqi, you do not have the call. Senator Faruqi, you do not have the call. I'll ask you to stop. Senator Chandler, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr Collette, was the Minister's concern about the 9/11 piece mentioned or raised at the board meeting on the afternoon of Thursday the 13th?
I would certainly have said that the Minister had called me and he questioned both why the piece wasn't mentioned in the brief, as no other piece was, and that he was shocked by the image.
And in that board meeting, and I've never sat around the board before, so I don't know how these things work, but was the proposal put to the board for agreement that the commission should be rescinded, or was there an open discussion in the board meeting about how to deal with this issue?
No, well, I might ask my chair to comment here.
Thank you.
I think upon the revelation of that, quite graphic, extraordinarily graphic, and indeed I understand it was received in the Senate in that vein. When the board were informed of that, everybody immediately realised that we were dealing with something. Of course, no one had ever. This was the first time that the board had known anything about that particular video. So there was a immediate recognition that this was a major thing that had arrived on our doorstep, and obviously we needed to, having felt that there were no risks, we were not informed of any risk prior to this. This thing came out of nowhere, and the board was in the same way shocked, and we realised that this could be a significant risk, an untenable risk to the organisation. But also, I think we also recognised that it would conflate immediately into something in the mainstream community of Australia, and that indeed, in so doing, it would, as a consequence, damage the social licence that this organisation has. Bear in mind, Senator, this art, Venice is for all Australians, and indeed is representative of Australia. So the taxpayer, our funders, have got a fair amount of equity in that exhibition. So we felt, and I say this, we had a lot of discussion in that board meeting. Everybody had the chance to, and I can say to you, everybody had the chance. And as you know, many of the members of that board are from the artistic background. But as someone said, we were between a rock and a hard place. And we only really had one alternative, and that was to go forward and consider rescinding the commission.
Why didn't you
And
take
were board
Senator
members,
Hanson-Young, you do not have the call.
and were board members made aware of the fact that the minister was shocked at the 9/11 artwork?
I think that was communicated, wasn't it, Dave?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Are there any minutes?
final
from this?
question.
Can I just add one
Thank
thing?
you, Chair. Are there any
In
minutes
no way was the board influenced by anything from the minister.
Are there any minutes from this board meeting that can be tabled for the committee?
No,
No minutes.
not at this.
Senator Hanson-Young, you don't have the call.
That's all from
Thank
me.
you.
There would be
Hand
minutes.
call,
There would be
Chair.
minutes about the decision.
There are
And
minutes.
can they
I'm
be
sorry,
provided to the committee?
With respect, but there are minutes.
We would like them tabled.
Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. You said earlier, Mr. Collette, that you don't judge the artists for this Biennale based on their past work. But when you became aware of this particular work, rather than standing up for artistic expression or for someone you have described as a very respected, recognized artist, you decided to succumb to political and conservative pressure. And sadly now your organization has joined other organizations who have been silencing, vilifying, and sacking Arab, Lebanese, Palestinian, Muslim, and white artists, academics, and writers over the last 16 months and have been subjecting them to intense scrutiny that we don't see for others. I'll be very honest with that. Do you deny that any racism was involved in the decision to sack Khalid Sabsabi?
I take most of that as a comment rather than a question, but I absolutely deny that. I absolutely deny that. And to your earlier point about being influenced by this media or that, we live with media all the time. We exert independence of judgment. There are opinions about the work we invest in from the right, from the left. That's just the nature of the work we do.
Yeah,
and I would absolutely deny that there was any racism in our decision to rescind that. Criticise us for whatever you like, but that is not the culture of our organisation. 3 weeks ago, we were being lampooned in the press for running an anti-Semitic narrative. Now we will be lampooned for running an anti-Islam narrative. That happens when you actually try to judge the merit and impact of a work of art.
But you didn't in this case. You didn't. You sacked the artist, not because of merit.
I've tried.
But because of other factors. I'll move on. Sorry, my time is very limited. Who donates money to the Australian Pavilion at the Biennale?
Many, many donors.
How many donors, and could you provide their names,
I'm
please?
very happy to provide their names. Their names are, certainly all the pavilion donor names are on the actual building in Venice. But I am very happy to provide, and we're talking about hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people who've seen this enterprise through for over 50 years.
Sure. And did any of those donors contact either Creative Australia Board or you yourself before this decision to sack Khalid Sabsabi was made?
No.
None of them contacted you?
No.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you.
I still don't understand why the board didn't take the opportunity to hear directly from the artist himself. Why didn't you do that? Why didn't you give the creative team an opportunity to speak to you before you made this extraordinary decision? You're the chairperson, Mr. Morgan. I think it's a question that you could answer.
Sorry, I thought you were answering. Could you repeat the question again, please?
Why did the board not give the artist an opportunity? Why did the board not give the artist and the artistic team the opportunity to speak to the board?
Senator, this video landed in earlier that afternoon. These things don't simmer, they can conflagrate. And we considered that this video would become would become prominent, divisive, and would escalate in an urgent way, immediate way. And to stand and watch is a bit like when the tide goes out before a tidal wave. If you stand and wait, you get overtaken. And we took the view, the board took the view, that to do nothing risk that. And it was done with great consideration and, as Mr Khalid indicated, with a heavy heart. But that the board recognised that this piece of video was a major change that we had to address.
You said you were shocked.
It was done with great consideration and it was done with great care.
It wasn't done with great consideration. It was done within an hour and a half. A board member who wasn't even there, another board member who is now resigned from the board because of the decision, without any legal advice, without even considering the legal obligations and therefore the obligations to the taxpayer. Great consideration is far from it, Mr Morgan. Great consideration is perhaps the worst description of the decision and the process that this board has made in relation to this. You say that you were shocked.
Yes.
But not one person on the board sought to speak to the artistic team about the piece of work. This, of course, wasn't the work that would be exhibited. It's not the piece that's been commissioned. This was something 20 years earlier, which, by the way, has now been seen all over the internet because of the decision that you've made.
Well,
it has definitely drawn attention to it now, hasn't it, Mr Morgan?
Well, the attention was drawn to it in the Senate.
Well, with all due respect, not many people watch Senate Question Time, but a lot of people, nobody even knew who Senator Chandler was until this happened.
Okay. Simmer down.
A newly minted arts opposition spokesperson has absolutely made a name for themselves out of this issue, and you've helped that. But that's not my point. My point is it is now an issue of public debate, huge concern within the artistic community, an international shame for how Australia has behaved in relation to this. So you've definitely drawn attention to it. Was there any consideration by the board as to what your actions would mean, the consequences of your actions, not just the consequences of the artist's work from 20 years prior?
We recognise the consequences, both in terms of the wider community. We were concerned that the rapid escalation of debate, division and attention that would have been drawn to this had we continued. We of course recognise that on the other side of the coin that there would be great disappointment and anguish and disappointment about rescinding the commission. We totally accept that. But we have an obligation, Senator, as I think Mr Collett indicated, to the wider Australian community. This is, after all, an exhibition. It is the Australian Pavilion at Venice. We took the view that with this piece of video out there, and the resultant community engagement, the wider community, seeing that was part of our this would turn into a very major divisive issue in Australia.
It definitely has done that. It has definitely done that, Mr Morgan. Could I ask in relation to the contract
and I
itself?
Can come back to you.
Okay.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to turn to a slightly different issue now, and that is the Board of Music Australia. The Music Australia Council. That sits within your remit, doesn't it, Mr.
Yes, it
Collett?
does.
Recently, I've seen some media reporting around some comments in the public domain by Fred Leone. He's a board member of the Music Australia Council, isn't he?
He's a council member, yes.
A council member. Could you explain to the committee exactly what that is?
Music Australia and soon to be Writing Australia and indeed Creative Workplaces Australia, which are the new bodies established within Creative Australia, have specific remits and to advise us on both the strategies we develop, in this case for contemporary music, so it's a dedicated contemporary music fund, to advise us on strategy. The Minister appointed a council for each of those bodies. They are an advisory council. There's only one accountable authority within Creative Australia, and that's the board, of which Mr Morgan is the chair. But their work, and I chair the Music Australia Council, their work is to advise us on the strategy to develop the contemporary Australian music business.
Sure.
So it's an advisory capacity, but it's advice we take extremely seriously, and it also helps guide our investments.
Mr Leone has said some pretty unsavoury things about Jewish Australians on his social media accounts. Is that correct?
I have been made aware of those, yes.
Who made you aware of them?
Well, I think it would come from our media team, our comms team, our
They've been
public
busy,
affairs
haven't
team.
they? Is Minister Burke aware of those social media posts, Senator Ayres?
I can tell you that he is now. I'm not sure when he became aware of those.
He's aware of them now as in tonight, or he was aware of them when I first read about them in the Herald Sun earlier in February? Or somewhere between those two dates?
Yes, I'm not. If I can come back to you later on, I will. I don't know the answer to that question.
Has Creative Australia provided a brief to the Minister on this issue, Mr Collette?
No, we haven't.
Why not?
Because I became aware of some of these personal social media posts of Mr Leone. They were not in line with our social and media policy. So I talked to Mr Leone about them, and he agreed to take down the posts, to issue a statement, which he has done, and not to comment any further.
When did you become aware of the posts on Mr Leone's pages?
I would have to check the date. This was at least a month ago, probably more.
And when did you speak to Mr Leone about those posts?
Straight away.
As in, you effectively simultaneously saw them?
I became
picked
aware
up
of the
phone.
posts. They were clearly not in line with our social and media policy, and I contacted Mr Leone, and he and I had several conversations.
Has Mr Leone apologised for his comments?
I'm not aware of him apologising.
Did you instruct him to apologise for his comments?
No, I asked him to stop making the comments because he was an officer of Creative Australia, and he agreed to do that, and he agreed to issue a statement.
Did you provide any advice to him as to what should be in that statement?
No, I didn't offer advice. He wrote the statement, he sent it to me to have a look at, I did, and he published the statement.
Minister, in the article in the Herald Sun, there's a reference to Mr Leone's comments talking about boycotting Jewish people, down with Jewish people. Do you think it's appropriate for somebody who has made those comments on social media and not apologised for them to remain in a taxpayer-funded advisory role?
Are you... Sorry.
I'm sorry, yes.
As a question to me, I think I'm very happy to have you supplement. Is this the article published by Ms Douglas?
Correct.
I certainly think that those comments are trying to find the right words, Senator, are dreadful. It's, I think, a matter for, as I understand it, the appointment has been made. It's an appointment for a 2-year term. We, of course, completely condemn anti-Semitic comments, remarks, posts, and as I understand, it's a statutory appointment. Unless the person acts unlawfully, they remain in the position. We do expect board members, whether they're board members of the whole organisation or in these sub-boards, to behave consistently with the policies and governance requirements of the organisations that they serve.
And so is it your view that Mr Leone has acted consistent with those policies in this instance?
Well, clearly not. He has.
So why is he still in the position?
He has taken some steps that have been requested of him by the chair and the CEO.
And is the minister satisfied that that's good enough?
Well, it's all I can say is what I can see in front of me, Senator. It is that it is not possible for one of the features of this organisation is an independent statutory authority. Appointments have a duration. This appointment, at least, I don't know what the duration of the other appointments are, but this appointment has a 2-year duration. And the government doesn't have the power to intervene in those appointments. The minister has, I think, a view that would be consistent with almost everybody across the parliament, that anti-Semitic comments, and those are anti-Semitic comments, are reprehensible.
Why didn't Minister Burke provide that comment to the Herald Sun then? Because it specifically says here in this article that his office was contacted for comment.
Well, it's a matter for the minister which media he engages with at what time. It may have been convenient or not to engage with that particular journalist at that particular time. That's a matter for him. You don't have to comment. You don't have to swing at every ball that's sent to you. You comment when it's appropriate, when it's helpful, and when it's in the interest of the work that you're trying to achieve.
The minister didn't think it would have been helpful to comment on this particular issue?
I don't know what the minister thought. I just say that it's not automatic that you comment on everything that is put to you.
Did Minister Burke appoint...
As I said, Senator Chandler, we're going to rotate the call.
Thank you. Just one more question. Did Minister Burke appoint Mr Leone?
Let me check. My understanding is that he appointed him in... So the Music Australia Board was created in August 2023 by the Minister, and Mr Leone was appointed, I understand, at that time for a 2-year term.
Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, the idea of artistic independence is something that the Labor government and the Labor Party in general supports intently. And if we go back to the 2014 when the Australia Council funding was cut, and Catalyst was created by the coalition government of the day, there was a very different approach adopted towards the arts, one of significantly less money, significantly less focus, but also a preference for decisions on funding to be made by the minister of the day. This is something that's been brought up with me over the last 2 weeks, quite a lot, that we should go back to having ministerial intervention, that the minister should intervene in this scenario. Do you have a recollection, Minister, of the 2014 Australia Council funding cuts and that move away from artistic independence to ministerial direction for what Australian people should view and engage with in terms of art in this country?
I do. I think I've listened carefully to Mr. Collette's account of the body of work that that Creative Australia does. And that principle of that work being conducted by an independent statutory authority in the way that he's described it certainly is very different from what the arts community got from Mr Brandis and the Abbott and Turnbull and Morrison governments. I've listened carefully to his account of the review that they are going to undertake and the distinction that he draws between this decision and a set of other decisions. I think that it shows that the board and the management have, taken stock of this decision and are going to consider it in terms of their future governance and decision making. I think that's a good thing. I'm sure the minister looks forward to seeing the board's consideration of all of those questions. This is a government more broadly, so if I step away from this set of issues for a second, this is a government that believes that a vibrant artistic community makes Australia stronger and a better place to live, and the arts are really important to all Australians, no matter where you live. There is a strong record of achievement, both in terms of promoting artistic endeavour, supporting musicians, creative artists in all of the media to strengthen the artistic community. But also equity measures to make sure that Australians across the board have access to the arts and a capacity to, as much capacity as possible to participate in the arts, and that is a good thing. I won't go through a long list of the kind of things that the government has done in this area, but this is a minister who is very committed to the arts more broadly in a genuine way. And that has really borne fruit with a strengthened commitment to Australian arts.
Yeah, point well made. The minister has worked very hard to bring in the revived policy, restore funding to the arts, and return to the core principle of arm's length funding for artists and art organisations. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Mr. Collette. I just listened to the last lot of questioning from Senator Chandler over here. And it strikes me that the decision that you and the board made in relation to the Biennale piece has opened the door to the artistic community and individual artists from here on in being used as political fodder and being attacked by Conservative politicians, estimates after estimates. That's what's going to happen here now. It's just, the second round's just started. And I say this in all sincerity. I've sat through hours of this type of behaviour in relation to the ABC and individual journalists and how they are treated by certain sides of politics, and how ABC journalists and staff are used as punching bags for political fodder, first by News Corp and then their mouthpieces in here. And I think the very, very dangerous and sad precedent that has been set by the decision that the board made 2 weeks ago in haste, is that you've opened the door to this type of behaviour now for Australian artists. Have you considered what this decision has actually done to the artistic community and arts policy in this country? the legacy that this is going to leave now. The destruction of Creative Australia and the artistic, the rest of the work that the agency has to do. Have you considered the implications? I mean this as CEO. I'm asking you this as the CEO.
I have felt very strongly the concern that the artistic community has about this decision. And I think we have got a huge job of work to do to restore their confidence in our ability to make independent, expert-informed, arm's-length decisions. But I can assure you that no other part of our grant-making, investment decisions will be weakened. We have very strict protocols around conflict of interest management, around being guided by experts and peers, and we will continue to do that. And I think the sector will see that all the things that make Creative Australia dynamic and strong still exist. And remember, because of the investment made in us through the National Cultural Policy, we were, and still are, experiencing a period of record growth. And I'm not talking about growth for us, I'm talking about our ability to invest in the artistic sector, the artistic industry, in many different kinds of ways. Through our grant making, certainly, to artists and organisations, to co-invest with philanthropists, to co-invest with commercial interests. In the case of Music Australia, Writing Australia, to co-invest or to invest in the industry, all with the artist firmly at their centre. So it was a very new and dynamic way to think about the investments you make in the industry. None of that will change. I understand and I feel deeply that there is real questions of confidence given this very serious decision. But I have absolute confidence in the organisation to continue the work it does to serve the sector. And I am completely committed to it and to seeing it through this very challenging period. I don't underestimate what you say, Senator. I do understand the resonance of this. But
because the message that artists and the art and the creative sector have had out of this for the last 2 weeks is that if it gets too hard, if it's too challenging, if it's too political, you don't have their back, which is the exact opposite of the mandate of Creative Australia. Now, I've just heard what you've said, and you have said that there are real questions in relation to the confidence of the organisation.
I understand the question. I understand that there would be questions, but we have always had the artists back, and that is not going to change.
But you've just proven otherwise. You've proven otherwise. You failed. You failed to do the due diligence, you failed to do the governance, and you failed to look after the artists. Now, I'd ask you, Mr Collette, have you considered resigning?
That's not the way I work, Senator. That's really not the way I work. If I'm CEO of an organisation, and I have been of other organisations, I take their welfare to heart. I'm sorry if this decision is misunderstood by the sector, but I don't back away from this stuff. I work day in, day out for the welfare of this organisation, and I will continue to do so. If it's in someone else's gift to say, well, we think you should move on, so be it, but it certainly won't be something I do.
Mr Morgan, have you considered your position as the chair, given the lack of due diligence, the lack of governance and the haste that this decision was made and the problems it's created?
No.
What did you think when one of your board members did decide to resign, given the decisions?
I think, Senator, the director who resigned also in her letter of resignation acknowledged that the decision was made in good faith. Her decision was made in good faith when she was on the board.
Is there any other board members who have reconsidered whether this was the right decision?
Not to my knowledge.
Can I ask, I want to ask about the contract that was terminated only as of 4:30 today, I think was the evidence that you gave earlier, Mr. Collette. What are the legal implications of that? Does that have to be paid out?
We certainly recognise our obligations to the artist and the curator under that contract. We will discuss that with Khalid Subsabi and Michael D'Agostino and arrive at an agreement. But we absolutely acknowledge we have financial obligations to the artist and the curator.
So the taxpayer has to fund it anyway?
The taxpayer funds everything we do, yes.
In relation to what will happen for the pavilion going forward, we understand that a number of artists have said that they won't participate at all, that they wouldn't participate given how they see their peer and colleagues have been treated. We have former recipients who have said that this is an appalling decision, 4,000 signatures from artists and members of the artistic community condemning this decision. How will you appoint a new artistic team for the 2026 Biennale?
Senator, we will have to consider that very carefully.
Is there has there been any requests for people to put forward applications? Has there been any conversations with other artists?
No.
Is there a likelihood that the pavilion will remain empty?
There is a possibility that the pavilion will remain empty, but we will be doing everything we can when we draw breath to think about how we use what is a public pavilion to mount something that is worthy in terms of its representation of Australia. But we have to draw breath and work out how we are going to approach this singular situation.
Thank you. Senator Chandler.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a couple more questions from me to round this out. Just on the issue of the external review, when do you think that will be concluded by?
We haven't determined that yet, Senator. As Mr. Collette indicated, it's the subject of an RFI, RFP, I should say. And when we've finalised that and that's all set, then that with that reviewer, we'll work out the timetable that would be appropriate to do the work that they envisage.
Would it be fair to assume that you will wait for that review to be completed before undertaking the process that Senator Hanson-Young just described of selecting a new artist for the Biennale for next year? Or will we be going through the process to select another artist with the process itself that you're using still under external review?
I think that's still to be determined, Senator, but I go back to the point. The process that we have had in place has worked for the last 3 Biennales. Clearly, we now need to review that process properly, comprehensively, and it's better to do that than to do it in a way that isn't commensurate with the task that it needs to fulfil.
Indeed, but we'd also like to know that the same the same issues aren't going to arise from another Biennale selection process that you're undertaking at the same time?
The reality is, Senator, these things will have to happen in parallel, that we will have to address how we present the Australian Pavilion in 2026. That thinking has to start now. The review, we are very close to procuring the successful tenderer for it, and I can't imagine the review will take any more than a few weeks. While it is incredibly important in the depth of its consideration, the ground it has to cover is not extensive in terms of the executive management and governance process of the Venice Commission in itself. So I think in the real world, these will have to run parallel. We will learn whatever we can from the review process, but the urgent thinking is about what we do with the Australian Pavilion in 2026.
The external review, do you have a ballpark figure of how much you anticipate that
Not at
costing?
this point, no, not at this point.
Okay. And just on the conflicts of interest process, and I know that we can't be here all night, but at a high level, you obviously have a conflict of interest policy within Creative Australia for managing conflicts of interest. How does that process play out in practice when you're undertaking a selection process or a grant fund? Is it enough for somebody to declare a conflict and then continue on as a member of a selection panel, say, or do they declare a conflict and remove themselves from that process?
So,
just at a high level, because I do have one more question.
Okay, so peers or industry advisors cannot participate in an assessment panel that is assessing their own grant or a grant of which they are a major beneficiary. So if they're an applicant or a beneficiary of a grant, they can't be on a panel, even if they're qualified for that panel. Remembering that I think in the last year we have a pool of 620 peers who we rotate over 4 years, which is why you will see some of the same names appear in that period. Then every 4 years we replenish that pool of industry experts. If they have a conflict or a perceived conflict or an actual conflict with someone else who is being assessed, they have to absent themselves from that decision. They can be on the panel, but they have to absent themselves from that decision. If they themselves, and you have to remember we are talking about an industry which is deeply networked, so people do know each other. And for all our heads of practice, whether it's dance or visual arts or theatre or performing arts generally, that's their job, is to be deeply networked with the sector so they can give us the best possible advice. So we have to be extremely rigorous on how we manage these conflicts because qualified people will have them.
So there were no conflicts of interest declared in relation to the selection of Mr Subsabi?
Of the 51, I was told this recently, of the 51 applications, which was narrowed down to 6 on the shortlist, none of the industry advisors who advised me and our head of visual arts had conflicts without evaluating the work of any of the 6 shortlistees.
But the 51 that weren't?
Oh, they were 51 entries into it. So at that stage, I think to have those assessed, we had something like 25 or 26 declared conflicts where people had to absent themselves from the decision.
And Minister, just finally, back on the Leone question. So, I mean, you've made clear your views on some of his comments here this evening. And Mr Leone was appointed by Minister Burke, as we discussed earlier. Explain to me exactly why the Minister can't remove him from his advisory position.
Well, I'm not I'm advised it's a statutory appointment, that it's, there is there is the kind of process that you would expect to be undertaken. Expressions of interest. I'll come to your question, but expressions of interest are sought from qualified people, and that there is not, as I understand it, not a capacity for, once somebody is appointed for a term, that is the term that they're appointed for. It's not within the capacity of the minister to interfere with that process. That's the advice I have. If there's anything else that we can provide on notice, I'm not an expert on
I recognise you're representing,
yes,
not your portfolio. But if it's the case that you can't sack these people once they're in positions, then wouldn't you demand a bit more than just they delete the incriminating evidence off social media? Wouldn't you be asking for an apology publicly from the individual here?
Well,
if there's literally nothing you can do apart from tell them to wipe their social media, I just think that's remarkable.
I think that and again, if there's anything more on notice that we can provide you, but I think that the principle of this organisation as a statutory authority dealing with these questions without interference, particularly after a period where there was so much interference, not as I understand it in relations to questions like this, but so much interference
it's taxpayer money we're talking about, Minister.
Interference that was not motivated by issues of trying to strengthen the arts community or the public interest, motivated by more venal concerns than that. There has been, I think, a strong consensus across the community that is the proper way to deal with these questions. As I've said, we've taken on notice when it was that the Minister became aware of these questions, but the view of the government in relation to those comments is very clear, and we don't resile from any of that.
I'll get you to wrap up.
Thank you, Chair. But just so I'm very clear, a board member can post whatever they like on social media, no matter how unsavoury it is, and they can't be moved on from their role.
Well, as I've said, if there's anything different that to the way that I understand this works, we'll come back to you. But those comments are reprehensible.
And you can't do anything about it.
Well, there are all sorts of things that I and other members of the government wish that people would not say or do in this area. These questions of social cohesion are absolutely central to the government's considerations more broadly. This is, I've seen the comments as referred to in the paper. I have no reason to doubt that's what was put. I've listened to the evidence from the CEO that seems consistent with that. It is reprehensible, where it would be far better if those comments had never been made. It would be even better than that if they were never thought. You know, that's a pretty unhappy state of affairs.
And we'll go to Senator Davey for the shortest possible moment.
Well, it will be. Anyone watching on tonight, I want to come back to the actual core business of Creative Australia, because organising the Venice Biennale, while it is one of the most prestigious roles and positions for an artist in Australia to get appointed to, it is only a fraction of what Creative Australia does. And I've certainly seen you, Mr. Collette, over the years sit there and talk about grants and face some pretty uncomfortable questions in the past about different grants that have gone out, and I think that you stand on your record. I just want to come, and I'm happy for you to take it on notice, but my normal questions about funding that's going to regional arts organisations, but also now that we're in the new world under the National Cultural Policy, where we've got Music Australia, Writing Australia and the Cultural Fund, are we now reporting how grants are going out under those different boards? And are we collecting the data that I love so much about how much is going to urban and how much is going to regional? And you normally provided in your opening statement for me, but I totally understand tonight was exceptional, and I understand why you addressed the issues you did address in your opening statement, so I appreciate that.
Of course. Just in answer to the question, and I may have said this before, in terms of our investment in regional arts in 23-24, remembering we've changed our methodology that these organisations have to be based in the region, so we're not talking about visits.
Yes.
I'm very happy increased about that. By about 6 million to 28.4 million in that calendar year, and I think it will certainly increase from that. But to your point about the new organisations and structures within Creative Australia, yes, Music Australia, I imagine Writing Australia, they will all be making direct investments in regional artists and organisations, so we'll aggregate that across. So the additional funding that we have, which I think by year 4 will top out at about an extra 78 million a year, we'll be very careful to show how much of that is flowing directly to the regions by aggregating the discretion of these individual bodies to make those investments.
Okay, great. And you can provide me the further breakdown on notice?
I can, as this year, because this is really the first year of operation, so it would make sense to do it really at the end of this financial year to see how it's trending.
So I'll ask, you'll come to the next estimates after July, prepared.
And we'll do some work, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Mr. Collette, given how this has all unfolded, will you apologise to Khaled and to Michael for the pain, for the suffering, and for the damage that has been done through this whole saga to their careers? Will you apologise?
I would want to have very close conversations with Khaled and Michael. I'm not going to comment on those publicly. We had very close conversations through the selection process. I'm aware of their work. I'm aware of Michael's work as a curator and a fellow professional. So
let me ask, as the CEO of Creative Australia, the board, the chairman of the board, will the board and Creative Australia apologise to the artistic team for what has transpired and the mess that this has created? Will you apologise to them?
I think, as Mr. Collette said, that that the communications with the artists will go through the CEO.
So you won't issue a public apology?
I want to talk to Khaled and Michael first.
Yeah.
That is absolutely gutless, I'll just say. Gutless.
Senator Hanson-Young, can you please withdraw that?
I think that is very weak.
think that is extremely weak.
So we will now thank you for your attendance.
Thank you, Senator.
Dismiss you for the evening, and I will call officers from the department in relation to outcome 6, participation in and access to Australia's arts and culture through developing and supporting cultural expression. Program 6.1, Arts and Cultural Development. And I will also already released the National Gallery of Australia, and we thank them and both apologise for bringing them along this evening. Any questions?
I need a drink.
So before you get too comfy, I will just advise that the committee has determined that we will suspend. Well, we will adjourn for the night, and everybody can go home. Thank you.
Thank you.